Welcome back to RPG Quest, and we are starting a new game today. We finished Fossil Fighters last stream. We rolled some new fast forward picks. Yeah, some interesting stuff. And now we're on to Robopon 2. How's it going, everybody? Zerodine, how's it going? Reg, thank you so much for the 30 months of awesomeness. How's it going? Hopefully you've been hearing some good news. You're just in quarantine for you and your dad. Hopefully some good news coming your way. Xbree, how's it going? Demon Souls first pick of fast forward. Yeah, first roll was Demon Souls, but surprisingly, Taylor Iris is getting some pretty good votes. It's actually ahead, so that's kind of crazy. Probably a cold. Yeah, hopefully it's just a cold. Had a flu since the last couple days. Yeah, that's kind of hitting everybody. As long as it's just colds, right? Core, how's it going? Technomancer, yes, that is a choice. Technomancer. Mars Wars logs is first. Well, it's just unfortunate that, that never came out in North America, right? Or it never came out physically, I should say. Oh well. I guess we'll have to play the sequel. How's it going, Arc of Death? Scams also. How's it going, everybody? True Keen. Takes place in the same universe? Yeah. Cross version? Yeah. Pretty much, right? Alright, so we got Robopon. There's two different versions of this. I mean, it doesn't really matter which one I play. I figured I'll play the cross version. It's got a cooler box art, so I guess we'll try that one out. First one, I don't know. The first Robopon wasn't terrible, but it had some weird, cart things which didn't emulate too well, like a built-in clock. It's got, a built-in speaker. It's got other weird stuff that the emulation didn't do quite a good job of it and got screwed up at some point because the in-game clock is all messed up, but I guess we'll see. So what's the votes at the moment? I think I need to add is if I do a vote exclamation vote list to add the votes to that. I'll have to do that at some point. Crazy intro music. Yes, I need to add the votes to that. Let's see which one's in the lead right now. Xbree with the 8 months. Thank you so much for the 8 months, Xbree. I got drowned out in the music. Yeah, Taylor Iris is in a heavy lead. I mean, it's not really surprising, but I'm actually surprised Demon Souls isn't getting. In fact, Demon Souls is about the same as everything else. Tao's Adventure almost has more votes than Demon Souls right now. Wait, 333 micrograms. Was he shooting into the gun? What the hell is with these Robopons? Number 44, Razor. Wait, I can't read that font. Definitely has a one hell of a jam in the intro. Build them, collect them, trash them. Yeah, we're gonna be trashing them, all right. 2002 Hudson Soft, 1998. Man, it came out in 1998 in Japan, or I guess the original Robopon license. This guy's the cover art dude. Such good music. Mr. JRPG. 333 Sun Zero. I'll blow us all up. Alright. Enough of this amazing intro music. So let's start the timers. I think they're in sync. They are. Link game or new game? Well, I didn't really look through the manual. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to figure out, I imagine. Music in this is crazy. Underdog? That's not an underdog. It's a heavy favorite right now. I lost. No, this will be the end. I'll destroy everything. Right now, Taylor Iris has 22 votes compared to Demon Souls 8. So, unless there's a huge shift, I mean, Taylor Iris has got a good chance of winning. I mean, there is a million Atelier games, so the earlier we get through them, the quicker we can play some of the newer ones, right? Yeah, it's surprising. I mean, Technomancer and Tao's Adventure, it's pretty sad that Chrysler doesn't even have one vote. And this music is awesome. I refuse to relinquish my title. I will take it to my grave. When I press this button, Zero Castle will be completely obliterated. You, the Legend One, will burn with me. I'm the Legend One. Really? That's my name? Nobody will know you won if you never return. I'll be Legend One forever. Dr. Zero, the Eternal Legend One. Wahahaha. Farewell, Tail Kingdom. Farewell, Parumbo Island. Farewell, Legend One. I think everyone thinks Iris is gonna be underdogs. Well, it's just like Fossil Fighters, right? Fossil Fighters is gonna be like, it's like, hey, it's going against Final Fantasy. You mean people voted with the wrong FF. It's like, oh, it's FF, let's vote for that. XP giving 1 vote to Crystar. XP with a pity vote. Mr. JRPG with the pity vote for Crystar. There you go, Crystar has 2 votes now. Jeez, what are you doing? We got a jet before this whole place comes down. Fossil Fighters was fun. It was very satisfying, just excavating the fossils and that. This emergency exit, come on! God, this music is awesome. I'll be Legend One forever. Nobody can defeat me. I'm invincible. Wahaha! Brunt's Tale. Congratulations, you did it. You achieved Legend 1. The journey was long, but now you stand victorious at Lance. Is that Princess Tale? I love me some Princess Tale. I do indeed dig it. Is that so? I've been told that a new tournament is being held exclusively for Legend 1s. It's an international tournament in Majiko to the south. It seems that the Legend 1 who wins the tournament will acquire a new rank. Decide that you will represent Tail Kingdom in the tournament. So we're starting like we're starting as like a top Legend player, and then I'm sure we're gonna like get amnesia and forget everything. Payments have already been made for supplies. Please follow me. That's a ship. I'm sure I'll make the Tail Kingdom very proud in the tournament. Do your best, and fight with spirit. I know you'll become the champion. Sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. Make all of us proud. Yay. If you ever get lost at sea, you're gonna be found really quick on that ship. Someone like you will shine just as brilliantly on your new adventure. I've watched you fight, and seen your bravery. A fearless guy like you cannot be beaten. Oh, that's Princess Darcy. You have the ability to win it all, and bring home the gold. Dr. Disc. Oh, here you are. The champion's already eager for a new adventure. I suppose it's alright. You should act while you're young. I'm jealous. I don't know if all these characters are in the first game. I don't remember anything about the first game at this point. It's been a while. The music so far is really good. Good job defeating Dr. Zero, by the way. It's a shame Lisa can't witness your big victory. At least say goodbye. Here she is. I guess I won't pester you kids. You know, I'm really gonna miss you, but I won't stand in your way. After all, Legend wants to seek out new challenges. Even though we're far apart, don't forget me. Take this menu screen watch. So I always wanted a menu screen watch. It's a MicroStar product. TM. Yeah, I mean, it's a year and a half. I mean, it's a decent amount of time away. Menu screen allows you to record Robopon journey data. Lets us communicate via video phone. You can see each other that way. Call me right away if you need help. We'll be apart for a while, so goodbye. Become the champion. Well, it seems like just yesterday I gave you your first Robopon. Again, are any of these characters in the first game? Because I don't remember any of these. But then again, it's been like a year and a half. It's pretty forgettable in terms of plot, right? Now you're Legend 1. Imagine, my grandson. I always knew you had what it takes, my boy. Good luck in your journey. Never let go of your dreams and you will succeed. Trust me, I'm your grandfather. Yeah, it was solid. I think more than anything was like the emulation of that one wasn't all that great because of all the weird stuff the cart had, but... Zero, Prince Tail, and even the Great Bisco all lost to you. Remember, you owe me a rematch. Yeah, you bet. I'm gonna have my revenge. Yeah, you know what? I have some foolproof techniques. Be afraid. I'll let you off for now, but next time, don't be so lucky. Yeah, I mean, from everything they're kind of implying, it sounded like it was like this is a sequel to the first one. Like you're already at like a Legend 1, and I mean all these characters are probably from the first game. I don't remember any of them though. After defeating evil Dr. Zero, I assume Dr. Zero was the final boss, achieving the Legend 1 something or other. Your friends and board a ship bound for foreign land. You will enter a tournament where only the best compete. So now we're already the top player, so let's be even more top player. The contest is sure to be grueling. It's important that you use your strongest. Oh no, I forgot my Robopon back on Barumbo Island. Ah! Dumbass. I can't compete without my Robopon. Stupid. I gotta start from scratch again. Don't worry, the best laid plans, you know. Why not just go back? Good idea. I'll return home and get my Robopon. His world ship is in your everyday mood. Oh. Who would have thunk that we get stranded somewhere? I lost. No, must be the end. I'll destroy everything. Did we go back in time? I refuse to relinquish my title. Are we like seeing our life flash before our eyes here? I'll take it to my grave. When I press this button, Zero Castle will be completely obliterated. You, Legend 1, will burn with me. Nobody will know you won. Never return. I'll be Legend 1 forever. Dr. Zero, the eternal Legend 1. Wahahaha. Farewell, Tail Kingdom. Farewell, Barumbo Island. Farewell, Legend 1. Jeez, what are you doing? You gotta jet before this whole place comes down. Here's the emergency exit. Come on. I'll be Legend 1 forever. Nobody can defeat me. I'm invincible. Wahaha. Oh, it's different than last time. Zero, hold on. I'm here now. Don't worry. I'm your brother, remember? Yes, of course. Don't speak. I can save you, but time is of the essence. You can't end your life here, brother. You can't die. We'll build the Zero Empire that we dreamt about as children. That's why I'm here. I traveled a long way to find you, brother. Brother will rule. Zero Empire. Eternity. I said don't speak. Haha, just in time. Hold on. Guess the final boss of the last game is going to be the final boss of this game. It's like, hey, let's use him again. Let's not make a new boss. Woof, woof. Not the brother dude. It looks like the brother dude. It dragged me by the scruff of my neck. Of course we're gonna have amnesia. We're not gonna know how to use any Robopon. And we didn't bring our Robopon with us either, so pretty convenient, isn't it? It's good to see you finally regain consciousness. I found you on the beach several hours ago, you remember? What happened? Where are you from? How did you get here? You seem to have amnesia. Who would have thought? Allow me to help you regain your memory. First, where are you from? You remember landing in Baba Village? It's like any RPG that reuses the same character generally the character gets amnesia. That's like the law of JRPGs. Gotta forget all your abilities. It's like, you know, every time you play a Metroid game, you're playing as Samus, but every time she somehow loses all her abilities, because, you know, it's not fun if you have like a super suit right off the bat, right? Gotta do that. Another way to write this story, yeah. Stress music questions. This is a test. Ready? There was ever a human head-shaped meatloaf covered in bacon strips. Big mummy head surprise. Most realistic. I'll ask for your basic information. First, tell me your name. What is your name? Cody. Fine, will be Cody. Some calm, like, enter your name music. Some of the music in this game is really good. Good variety. A huge green hole is her eyes. Good old Halloween. Oh yeah, well, that's what I mean, right? I mean, they always find a way to get rid of all your shit. Because you can't play a Metroid game and not go find your shit. I mean, that's the whole point of a Metroidvania game. So they gotta have some way of, like, making you lose everything. My birthday is 1 month, 1 day. What day are we today? 10/27th. There you go. It's our birthday. Ruff, ruff. Why does that sound so familiar to me? Cody? You're the famous Cody. Legend 1 title from Dr. Zero, aren't you? You can, another M? Interesting. So you're Cody, Legend 1 of Rombo Island. That's right, I assume that you were traveling to compete in Majiko. It's my opinion that it was destiny that we met. I'm glad to have this opportunity, Mr. Cody. I should introduce myself, but I'm going to keep it a secret for now. Both of us will soon take part in an amazing event. I'll be caught unaware. For now, though, it's best that you regain your health. Lie down and rest. I say, are we supposed to move now? Money, 200G, Robo, Save, Item, WH, Spank. I'd like some Spank, please. There's no bat folder? Whatever the hell that means. I'm guessing some sort of speaker? I don't know. Data. Cody, 1027 born, Legend 1. We were born Legend 1. Saved 0. Saved 0 times. It counts how many times you save. Robopick. How many Robopons is there? $185 Robopons. Not sure what WH is, but warehouse maybe? No Robopon! Space for 20 items, but we have access to warehouse. I don't know if we can access the warehouse everywhere. Dump soft. You know, it's nice to have a soft dump instead of a hard dump. Just hurt. Bark, bark, grr. Feeling better? You should rest until you're fully recovered. The grade is no longer yours alone, so... What does that mean? You won't understand. I'll tell you when the time comes. If I can find stuff in barrels and stuff. This is Bubba Village. It's been hard to catch fish lately with all the recent storms. I'm starting to get a little worried. I mean, welcome. Doug just ran by with a battery in its mouth. Did you see him? Don't you want a battery? What is it? Ugh, well, Hoffman knows everything about batteries. Ask him for help. Hoffman's house is just downstairs to the right. Good luck. It wasn't too long ago. The dog was probably close enough for you to catch. I know, right? How the hell is like a Robopon master like leave the place without his Robopons? They could just made some bullshit excuse of them getting separated or whatever, but... Come on, though. You couldn't run. You could run faster in the wind. What was the secret? Runners need heart to win. You don't believe it, Sonny, but I ran marathons in my youth. When you press the B button of your heart. This is the B button of your heart. You can achieve any speed. This is the speed I can achieve, apparently. I know, right? Maybe some like weird mechanical ship that only had us in it. A fossilized Robopon is sitting quietly. Well, we know how to fix fossils. Where's the touchscreen on the GBA? I don't know what to do. This is chapel or school. You know what else? It's our home too. She an orphan. The door is locked. We'll open it. We may not have our real parents, but Nick D is like a father to us. A great guy, and he cares about us. His last name is D. I'll lend near the children. Attack mem received. No idea what the hell that is. Increase max attack. Sounds cool. Nick D says you can take anything you find over in a warehouse. Anything? When I grow up, I'm gonna marry Nick D. He's caring, sensitive, and has money. He's perfect. I'll be Mrs. D. Welcome to Chapel Academy. You can call me Nick D. How would I just call you Nick? I'm in charge, but I also take care of the kids. Do you have a question? Who are these kids? Nick D sounds so generic, I know, right? They're all orphans. I'm all they have, so I won't let them down. I just like go back to the questions. That's a school. Chapel Academy helps teach these orphans. We're out of money though. School might close if we can't find money soon. I'd do anything to help these kids. Anything. Anything. So that secret cave? Secret cave in back. Kids could get hurt in that cave, so I locked up the place. So, can I go in? I'm not a kid. Where's the key? I wonder what Nick D does for a living. How does he feed us? He never talks about his life outside of school. It doesn't seem to matter when I have warm food in my stomach. So you can walk right through people. Nick D's Robopon are the best, they are. Don't believe me? Challenge him then. He'll never beat him. Yeah, I won't because I don't have any Robopon. Ion Punch. Is that like a heart, I'm guessing? Armor equipment. Punch. Why do they have like life preservers in the middle of nowhere? You know what? I heard there's a battery in the cave. The cave's locked though. Isn't that dangerous? But locking up the cave? How would that be dangerous? They say, don't leave town, Mask Man will get you. Should I believe it? If I stay here, I can't go to the big festival in Hindo. Can't miss that. Mask Man. Music is crazy. Never had good things. It's not a bad series. I mean, it's your obvious Poke clone kind of thing. A little different twist. Man, the music in this one is pretty damn good. Especially in this little thing. Kerosene received. Great. Found some gas. Let's go drink this in the corner. This guy's fast. All our recent hardships are because of Masked Man. You know what's sad? He's just doing this to show off his Robopon. That's his reason. Masked Man attacks people because he can. He never lost a battle. It's my job to guard the town from Masked Man. I want to pass word of peace on to my children. That's why I fight. If I fall in battle, there'll be no one to protect the village. I won't let you go out there if you don't have a strong Robopon with you. I'm confused. This is a beach town. Where are the beautiful bikini bunnies? I only see kids and geezers around here. I think I said there were bikini bunnies. Do you know where the bikini bunnies are hiding? Tell me if you see them. I'd like to know too. Some wonderful water here. Can catch a fish. The water's just like an overlay. We live in Robopon Village used to be bustling with activity. Now only the children and elderly live here. Since the accident 20 years ago. When did the children 20 years ago be adults now? Hey, that watch is a menu screen, isn't it? They're all the rage. Press start to access menu screen. Lets you do so many different things. My friend here can explain about the watch's features. This guy's got a creepy-looking smile. Oh, a guest. I don't have guests very often. I'm Hoffman. This is Hoffman's museum. It's my private collection of Robopon. Look around. Quite the collection, eh? But to tell you the truth, it's still incomplete. If I had rare batteries, I could make rare Robopon. If you find 2 batteries, you can combine them to build a new Robopon. Want to try? Take this folder. Let's use spark batteries. 2 batteries and place them in the folder. The magic begins. If you ever build a rare Robopon, then please bring it here. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your Robopon. Not that you would care, but I've run out of space to store my Robopon. I purchased land near the village to build a towering Robopon museum. I'm sure you see my new museum when it's done. Bring me your Robopon till then. This is where, like, you roll your Robopon. I know, right? They're going, like, literally underneath the water. Hey, exclamation mark. How's it going? I mean, it could be an emulation thing, but probably not. Imagine GBA emulation is pretty on point at this point. You can also dump items from the menu screen. Just so you know, you can only carry 20 units of each item, part or software. Okay, so you can carry 20 of each. As for batteries, you can hold 9 of each kind. Sneak tutorial house. This screen even displays your own status in your Robopon guide. You can send items to the warehouse by using the menu screen. The menu screen works along with a battery folder to spark and create Robopon. You don't have a folder? Hoffman may have extras. Is that what the WH is? No. Okay, that's the SPK. Spark needs 2 batteries. You can save your current status from the menu screen. You can exchange your equipped parts with software in the menu screen. You can even repaint your Robopon. Repaint. I'm gonna grab all these spears. I'm sure I could save myself with those. And dinosaurs are robots. Yep. There are even more robots after this. None shall pass. Are you scared of the Masked Man? The Masked Man attacks anyone with Robopon. He doesn't need any other reason. It's dangerous going out there without any Robopon. Guess it's a catch-22. Guess it's dangerous, even if you're traveling with strong Robopon. Crazy fish. You just walk right through people. At least they don't get in your way. done everything I can do in this town, so maybe I just gotta go back. Maybe he'll give me a Robopon now or something. I'm feeling better. You should rest until you're fully recovered. It's the only dog I've seen. Did I go in here? Oh yeah, this is where I got the kerosene. Maybe I didn't go in here yet. Oh, there we go. My dog always picks up the useless trash. Possibly throw it away for me. Aroof! Received an ion battery. Ions. Now what? I need like 2 batteries. Robopon. No soft found. Robots to data. Yeah, pretty much. Robots to the internets. How do we get into that? Yeah, you want the key to the secret cave? I don't know, I suppose you're old enough to handle it. There you go. Why didn't you give this the key before? Have to get the other battery first. Maybe I have to get the sparking folder. Let's see the cave key. He sounded like he was gonna give it to us last time when I talked to him, but he didn't like give it to us. Can ball. A moon battery. Does the order matter, I wonder? Should save first. Castlevania. So many GBA games. Give us any more batteries first before we start sparking them. Although I'm assuming they want you to make this one specific Robopon as a starter. I was gonna say, I see a, oh, there you go. Got 3 different batteries now. Probably Sun Moon, because I think that's what the robot was called. It's like Sun Moon or something, wasn't it? Maybe a Sun Ion, I don't know. Let's make another save here. Let's try the different combinations. Scooter is created. Alright, let's see. Okay, good. Quick reset works. Still on GBA. I've just barely started the GBA library. There's a lot of GBA RPGs. I've been playing GBA for a long time. There's actually some Game Boy Color games coming up. I still have like 2 more Game Boy Color games. I think they're back to back too. It's like a Harry Potter one and a Lord of the Ring one, I think. It says Moon and Sun. I'm assuming the order doesn't matter. Let's try Ion and Moon. There's the Sun Zero. There's the titular Robopon. I should have checked what the other guy had. Attack 26, fortify or something. Fortitude, defense, willpower, speed. That's what I'm guessing. Let's go arm punch. Alright, let's take a photo of all these so we can compare the different ones here. I mean, I'll probably go with the titular guy because, you know, Oh god, no. You gotta remember, like, I've played the entirety of the PS1 library except for, like, what, Final Fantasy Origins, all the NES, SNES, you know, all the Game Boy Color games, like all those things way back in the day, so, and, you know, a pretty good smattering of PS2 and all that, so 326 games sounds like a lot, but it's not a lot. Yep, it's a robot Poke clone. I wish they would like let you. So we tried Moon. So that was Moon's. Wait, what did I just make? Was that Moon Sun? No, Moon Sun was the first one. The scooter. That was like Ion Moon. Let's try the Moon Sun again, just so I can take a look at the stats of this guy. Alright, so stat-wise, the other guy had way more attack, had more fortitude, had more defense, had more willpower. This one has slightly more speed. The other one's, I guess oil is like their blood type, because the other guy had like O-type oil, this guy has B-type oil. He's got move land, the other guy was arm punch. Not sure if that even, this is abilities maybe? This guy seems to level up faster though, because his next level, experience is 11, the other guy was 15. The other guy definitely has way better stats and health. The other guy had more health, had more EP, so the titular guy seems way better. Let's try the last combination here. Hey Ham, it's going well. QD hit 1K, it's in the PS2 era. Pretty sure, what will be game 1000? Let's see. Nope. Because I bring up, that was weird. Oh, I don't know why. I'm not sure if that even works. No, it doesn't. It's just turning 1000 to a Roman numeral, which is M, so... I'm not sure what game 1000 would be. I don't think I ever programmed something to, like, figure out what game... like, an unplayed game number would be. Game 1000 is probably going to be like a... it's probably in the PS3 era. Let's see. Let's try that last combination here. So let's try Ion Sun. There we go. Fluke Tentacle. Hexbot. Okay, he's got more HP. The other one's Boot Monster. I'm not sure if those are like his abilities or what. Okay, so this guy's got more health. He's got more attack. He's got more fortitude. He's got more defense. So this guy is the strongest out of the three so far, but again, his experience is like way more required. He's the slowest as well. So this guy is like the beefiest one. The titular like cover art guy is like the kind of the medium one, and the other guy, the scooter guy, is like the fast level upper. I'll go with the titular guy. Yeah, that is true, yeah. 1000 will be a fast forward, that's true. And of course, I haven't thrown fast forward games onto the list all that way up there, so that's going to push things around. And of course, yeah, it's also going to, with all those fast forward games, of course, it's going to completely change the layout. But right now, assuming I throw a bunch of other fast forward games in there, although that'll also kind of, you know, some of those games will also be played, so it's not going to change too much, but it's PS4 era for 1000. isn't a surprise, I guess, since we're up to like 1400 right now, so... Definitely the PS4 era. If I ever get that far, I mean, it's like a billion years from now. No onion bagels. Yeah. I'll be on my deathbed there. All right, Shunny. This is the last one. All right, so is the Moon Ion, right? It's the nine-year-old, yeah, pretty much. Pretty. You have like an ion something? Guess we'll use the Swiss kerosene. Heals 30 HP. Increase max tank. Alright, tank up. I don't know how much it was, but we don't need this cape anymore. Let's dump it to the warehouse. So can I access the warehouse everywhere? So, if I can just access the warehouse from anywhere, I mean, I'm assuming there's some places you won't be able to access it, but... Like, what's the point of having a limited inventory? You can only carry 20 things, but you can also have access to the warehouse from anywhere. I'm sure when we're inside dungeons, you can't access it. Those scotches in the lane bot. I'll be like Peeves. I'll be a head in a jar. It's like the band Presto logo here. Getting better. This guy's not saying anything new. Go run Robopon. I guess can we leave town now? Bring it to the museum guy, maybe? We have one Robopon. So leading us leave. Your Robopon are strong enough to fight. You think your Robopon are strong enough to take on Maskman? Let's find out. Let's go. Versus Done Shall Pass. He's got two, that's not fair. Auto battle? That's cool. No real? Whatever that means. It's enemy info. Type bot, Cal's, Anima. I'm guessing the oil type is like an elemental system, maybe. Pack of parts. It's like a roulette thing up there. Auto bat. I love games that have an auto battle system. Oh, rip that guy. It just doesn't keep going until you cancel it, though. $20 XP. Double up. 50 gold. We're rich. Soldiers never die, just fade away. Robopon are strong, but you can't leave until you defeat my partner. Fine. Let's go underwater again. Glub, 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 glub. Best water effects ever. It's actually a tsunami that's heading towards the island. Oh my god, somebody stop! We're all doomed! Hey, where'd that Robopon come from? He must have gotten pretty quickly, so he must have learned how to use batteries. He'll surprise me. Let's begin the final test. I'm surprised the game doesn't really hold your hand that much. They give you a folder, it's like, alright, go find some batteries, and it's not like, here's a free one, and do some stuff. Watch out, I'm pretty good if I do say so myself. I won't go easy. I'll pull your ears, what? Kin shop, level 2. Cal's forget. Attack 20, defense, I don't know. The thing in the top is like spinning, so I'm assuming it like determines your attack. You do a punch or you do a whatever his other ability is. I'm trying to see if it even looks different at all. $80. Almost as a promise, but be sure to run if you face a powerful enemy. Seems cowardly, but you won't lose experience points for money. Winning means winning. Seems like a big aggression tech. I remember the first Robopon had like a funky cart though, so I'm gonna like rest up my Robopon. Where's the Robopon center? So I can heal up my Robopons. Oops. Too fast. A view of the lonely harbor. Why was that guy blocking it then? I'm blocking the harbor so you can't look at the lonely harbor. Oh, the music in this is... Bubba Village. Can you do anything with this one? So I guess question mark ones we can't access yet. Because it won't let me in or anything. So there's something here, but we won't tell you. Indotown. Can't save in the overworld. Hey there, welcome to the 17th Annual Hindo Festival. Hey, come here and check this out. This is a shop. Startup. Cures of Suspend. Cures of Rust. It's not anti-rust, I mean, anti-rust would keep it from rusting. These dungeons. Probably gonna get at least one of these. Now let's hold off first. See if we can get some upgrades. Wow, Dad got lost. He's lost the festival. Yeah, it's not you that's lost, it's your dad that got lost, yeah. We sell software here. Having a blowout today. Our sale today only. Fire, ice, up. Cars the upskill. Alright. Like, I'm assuming it like increases something. Increase the down. What? I don't know. Normal clear S. Good thing. Good to have clear S. Heal skill. Kiss. I don't know. It's cure heal or heal cure. I'm never sure which games use heal and which games use cure for like healing wounds. You think heal will be like the, you know, healing wounds kind of thing, but, you know, Final Fantasy, of course, notoriously uses Cure. Let's hold off for now. Isn't that the plot? It's true. How suave am I? I should dress like this more often. Dad's the only person in a sour mood today. Is Dad like a character? I don't want to worry anyone, but I received a letter from the Masked Man. Children cry and run. Havoc befall in Hindo. Festival will fall. That's all it said. Hope it doesn't mean anything bad will happen. Nah, not at all. Masked Man is a bumbling fool. He couldn't possibly do anything to Hindo. Can't believe my husband is scared of what most likely is a chain haiku. Yep, those chain haikus. Get those all the time. Talking about chain haikus. Falsifiers has all those like haiku things for when you receive. But they couldn't just like throw some random haikus if you don't actually receive any. This is a sample. Fortune teller is never wrong. She told me I would drown. She was right. Doesn't matter which parts of software you own if nothing is equipped. Equipping parts increases offense and defense. You install software, Robopon learn skills. Welcome, this is the parts store. Meg Sword, Ion Punch. So I'm assuming probably... Okay, we already have an Ion Punch apparently. I thought that we'd be able to equip that, but... Because we do have Punch on our Robopon, aren't we? Yes, we do have Punch, and we do have an Ion Punch. Well, we can't equip it. Oh. Equip it now? But when I was at... Where was I when I was trying to equip it? Oh, maybe I was trying to use it on software? That's what was going on here? Yep, she's drowning in air. So I guess I can use Punch and what was the other thing I can equip? Punch and Arm, I guess, are the two that I can equip. Let's go home. There's no response. Daydreaming about visiting Robopon land. It's glancing around in imaginary attractions. There must be some strong shit in the brownies he ate. Well, the excitement. I'm here on business, but I can think of work during this festival. Seems to be eating delicious cactus ice cream. Cactus. Hey, sorry. We're all sold out of our famous cactus ice cream. Try back tomorrow. Get all hyper when I eat cactus ice cream. Can you speak Japanese? I want my money's worth. Hi, hola, Ohio. Welcome to Hindo. How's it going? ¿Cómo estás? O genki desu ka? I mean, seated, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Translate that so that everyone can have fun. It's weird. In the world map, inaccessible places look like question marks. That is weird. This is pointless. Nobody's shopping. We should go out and have some fun. Oh, that guy's dead. Murder mystery time. No response. Yeah, he's dead. It's important to take a break every 2 hours or so. This is overkill. That's what happens if you don't take a break every 2 hours or so. You just die. Robopon are scrapped when their HP are depleted. They can be repaired in a Robopon lab, but it's best not to be scrapped at all. Just the lab? Yeah. Repair and enhance your Robopon in this lab. No Robopon ready for enhancement. Alright. Looks like repairing is free. Link Spank. It's really not a Pokemon lab or anything. A Pokemon Center. It's a lab, totally different. This is a hotel. Not many vacancies in the moment due to all the tourists in town. It's a great hotel. There's no front counter or anything. She just like walks around the front room. In Bill's house, yeah. Mom, if you're tired, let's just go. All these people will tire me out. I'm just for the heady rush of a close Robopon match. Wanna go for it? Challenge her. He's tall. The mom pulled out her trouser snake. XP. Hooray. Oop. Go too fast there. Got mild something. Ooh, what fun. Thanks for playing. Please take this. A normal battery. I can make another Robopon now. Spreads your extra recipe. I don't know. It looks pretty good. For GBA era. Oh. Okay, that was what I picked up. The other thing I picked up was a mild battery. Made a wheel. Gear is created. Level 1 gear. 16. This is a garbage. Boot mat. Let's try that again. Yeah, they probably have some pretty big battles, I would imagine. Yeah, exactly. If you're playing this on an actual GBA, I mean, it's just like the DS, right? I mean, the DS, when I was looking at my screen, it looks nice and... Like, let's say I was playing... When I was playing the game in non-native resolution on the DS, on DS games on the 3DS, the screen looks fine, but when I have the capture, it's like so blurry compared to the native resolution one. So it's a pretty big difference when you're looking at the screen compared to looking at, you know, a blown up version of it. Game Boy Resident Evil, I imagine it's probably horrid. Let's just compress into reds and brown smears. Well, I mean, it is Resident Evil. Gotta make everything look brown. So what did I try there? It was mild and sun? Let's try normal and mild. Okay, so I mean mild makes a gear no matter what. Try normal and sun. Games.com. God. That must have been hell. Resident Evil get ported to like everything though. It's probably one franchise that's like on every system in existence. Wouldn't be surprised if there's like a demake to the NES or something. The Atari 2600. Okay, well, looks like we're getting gear no matter what we want here. Did I try mild and sun? Feels like I get gear with everything here. You can't like see what the hell you get before making it. If I can get a gear with everything, I can hold on to the sun battery. I imagine that's less common. So I tried all three combinations. So that was normal and sun. So if I get the same thing, I'm just gonna put a mild and normal. Yeah, it looks like it's geared no matter what. Gear definitely seems like the, yeah, this... like you done goofed kind of Robopon. It's like the absolute shitty one, like if you didn't actually have a good combo, here's what you get. I should write combinations down. Because I'm sure there's gonna be a lot, there's gonna be a billion different combinations, so trying to stumble upon a good Robopon is gonna be a nightmare, isn't it? Unless the game has some sort of like hints at some point. Couldn't resist. Let's get work to be here. Mr. Gate would be furious. Is there Heroes music? The music is pretty good so far. Some like, you know, areas like this have pretty short loops, but overall, I've never heard much worse. Pretty impressive, isn't it, little boy? Kendo Town's become something of a marketplace. Been shopping yet? It's very busy because people from other countries come to peddle their goods. Saying in the H to the I to the NDO. No, it's still too early to chill. Like a punka should. You got a problem? You know what? I want to... Yeah, she is, she's got some hell with some sweater puppies going on there. I need to buy some of these software here just to see what they do. So I'd like to know if Cure is actually heal, or is Kiss heal. I'm assuming this is like clear S. I'm assuming it's like clear status effect. So it's most likely Kiss would be the healing thing. Auto. Warlike economy recover. Let's try another one too. Just to see what the hell up and down are. Let's try to fight her and see what these are and then reload if it's nothing good. Come on, Jerky. Just call me Jerky. Hug. Uses EP4, heal HP, rank 1, okay. Raises defense, okay. So at least these descriptions here say something. Like, I don't know what the hell, like, up is. Gain up. I'm like, alright, what the fuck is up? Yeah, I love that it's like the software is called Kiss, but the ability is called Hug. It's like, what? Shot shield. See how much this heals. I don't know how much that healed, so... It's probably good to have a heal anyways. So I'm getting healed no matter what, for sure. Let's see what these other abilities are here. That's a big payoff. A post-game. We get to choose which girl we got it on with. We chose the Dino Girl. It's choice between like an annoying, you know, annoying pink girl or a Dino Girl. Or they can just like phase through enemy or through characters that are moving. It's like hooray! I don't have to like try to wait for them to move. It only works when they're actually moving though. So I'm assuming down is, you know, abnormal. So let's try all these. So heal is almost guaranteed to be going in my, it's gonna be one of them. Our down skill, or abnormal. Lowers defense, kind of figured as much. Suspends one enemy. Like, I love how the descriptions here are completely different. Unless it's like different ranks. So you have like the down abilities, but there might be multiple down abilities. Maybe it levels up or something. Alright, so that's sleep. How long does sleep last, I wonder? One turn. Yeah, sleep lasts like one turn, so I guess it's good if you have a team of Robopon, you can use one to like debuff or whatever, but of course it did. Pokemon was huge, so I made so many Pokemon knockoffs. Capitalize on the popularity. You know, see, Robopon 1 did well enough that they ported this one over. And they gave us both versions of this one, unlike Robopon 1 where we only got one version. It's like Robopon Sun version. It's like, where's the other versions? Oh, we don't get those here. Ice is really expensive for 20. Nice. So clears status effects, obviously. So fire, see how much damage. Well, I mean, we can't afford ice anyways. I don't really care about the defense stuff for now. So let's get fire and kiss. I guess I could just check here. Fire attack, rank 1. And heal HP, rank 1. Let's go fight her again. Let's see if this fires some sort of AoE. Probably not. Any damage. I mean, I could basically do that with a physical hit. Yeah, did 40 damage with a physical hit. Yep, Mega Man Battle Network 2. First one wasn't bad, so yeah, not bad. Be my pupil. There are 3 ways to repair your Robopon. 1. Repair in Robopon Lab. 2. Use items like kerosene. 3. Use repair skills. Don't forget this. Robopon can use skills as long as it has the EV necessary for a skill. Music in this town is getting on my nerves at this point. No worries, when it gets dark, we all chill with the peeps. You dig? Yeah, boy. This aged really well, didn't it? Go away, I'm busy. doing in the corner with his hand against the wall? Hey, quiet. Stop it, you brat. Don't bother me. I have a very important task to do here. Shh. It's a really important task, alright. Well, the battle is, I mean, the sprites get big when, you know, they're fighting, but you get like an overview of the, of all the enemies you're fighting before they like walk up. I guess it's fair. I can't believe this. My child is gone. He's lost. Lost at the festival. Maybe I'm lost. Hidden secrets? No. No. Be able to go down a little bit, but see the corner of my foot over moving over there. I predicted that you would arrive later than this. I haven't prepared your star chart yet, so please come back a little later. I see myself telling your fortune after you explore the festival. Wait, you predicted you would come later, so she's not, like, the best fortune teller. My first fortune is I was wrong. It's like, what? Aha, Cody, we meet again. What's he doing here? How's Majiko treating you? I haven't seen you since you left Farumbo, and you forgot your Robopon. Ha ha ha. They got weak ones. This is worried. You should be too. Can't win the tournament with that trash. Oh, me? I'm here to win the Tail Kingdom in your place. So take your title. It's as if the festival is my very own pre-victory celebration. However, surpassing you won't be enough. I gotta beat you in a fight, too. I'll fight once I win the tournament. Majiko's champ versus Wimpy Legend 1, Cody. Don't forget, after I win this thing, it's me against you, the ultimate grudge match. I think I've seen everything there is to see in this festival. I just have to Visco first. Stars in the night sky are just like people. You're born, live, and die. You can laugh, cry, run, jump, create music, and write. No wait, those are people. Sorry. Stars are just reveal fate like an open book. Really, they do. Predict you'll get a free reading. See? It works. Not only that, but I'll also throw in a Robopon. All you have to do is let me read your stars. See? You're already lucky. Nah, I don't want to read my stars. You'll play at least 5 more RPGs. At least 5. Okay, you must trust me. I don't decide your fate. The stars do. If it's bad, then don't blame me. But I predict that you know that. Interesting. Oh no. Okay, yes, I understand. Aha. Let's see your future. Most people think you're a quiet person, right? Aha, that's not true at all. You're lively and skilled at competing. Interesting. You should branch out so that others understand the real you. You should go far, I predict. Now, it seems that troubles are fated to stand in your way. Robopon is destined to aid you in reaching your goal. Gigapon. Now listen, I can't tell you if your goal is right or wrong, only you can. Remember that nobody supports evil deeds. If you've made a mistake in the past, forgive yourself and move on. Life experience is the most valuable asset you possess. Use it. Listen to me, nothing controls your destiny except for you. No, not even the stars. You make your decisions based on your experience and ideals. Drive towards your goal, and you will achieve it. Live your dreams if you so desire. Just reach for the stars. Decide how to live your life, and then live the best that you can. Just a few Atelier games we haven't played, right? Just a few. Oh, you can use, if you're looking for a specific console, you can just do a exclamation console command. Like that, and that should bring up a specific, a direct link to that console. Gigapon. Arm and Punch, great. Another one I can use Punch. Couldn't use one. Couldn't have had one that uses the land attack that we have there. kind of sucks overall. Masked Man, move aside, out of the way. Masked Man has blessed you with his awesome presence. Behold, Hindo Town. You have angered Masked Man. Afraid my wrath is somewhat severe. Oh, by the way, I'm entering the tournament, but so far I'm the best. Son of, you dare. Now, Emilio, Charlie, teach them a lesson. Masked Man has spoken. Where to be smacked? Masked Man is just the elusive number 1. Fear me, I am number 2. You're number 2, alright. Wait, talk. That is, fear the invincible Masked Man. Don't waste your time trying to challenge him. It's futile to try. From now on, consider this town unquestionably ours. First things first, time to redecorate. These buildings block my view. Let's get a little open-air ambiance going on. Remember, Hindo, Masked Man was here. Ready, set, go, go, go! I ripped those places. It didn't seem to change anything. Don't forget about the tournament, everyone. I'd like a large turnout. If you dare challenge me, please RSVP ASAP. Inquiries accepted to the pyramid. Please sign up to ensure your place. Make no mistake, though. Any challengers will be slapped down. Bwahaha. You the man. Masked Man. Don't think any of these weaklings could beat you. Yeah, especially now that kid right there with the Robopon. You're brutal. Look, I need to go. You understand, though? Robopon tournament in the Pyramid Coliseum. Be there. It's mayhem, mayhem! No. It was in the middle of Morrowind, of course. So much Morrowind. Came close, though. There's one within, like, what, 10 games? Got up to 9,000. So good music. Music in this game is really good. Everyone has weird enough wildlife? Yeah, pretty much, right? So 1 second, just gotta check something real quick. Some of that? Alright. Can really beat a collection of 3 RPGs? Yeah. I mean, if I didn't start getting those dirty disc errors, would I've gotten Morrowind to go beyond the length of the Archlad trilogy? Probably not. I mean, there's still some extra stuff I could have done in that game, but was there that much stuff that would take me another like 50 plus hours? Probably not. Stars didn't tell me. I never predicted this. Something is very amiss right now. How could this happen to us? Stars, show me the future. I have a bad feeling for what I see. Well, something eventually will, I'm sure, but it'll take a long time. I mean, it's definitely going to be some sort of open-world game. Probably another Elder Scrolls game, or some other Bethesda game. Fallout games, or... I'm trying to think if there's any other collection. I mean, there's definitely some other collections, like, you know, Baldur's Gate. I mean, hell, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Just that collection right there, bam. That's like 500 hours of RPGs. That's all the way in the PS4 era, unless it comes up with a fast forward. Yeah, the physical releases were like both games on one, right? Yeah, Morrowind is the longest. No, actually, Morrowind missed out the longest single game by like an hour and a half. The longest single game so far was Dragon Warrior 7. So Dragon Warrior 7 is still the longest single game in the game in RPG Quest. Morrowind just missed out. If I didn't get those dirty disc errors, I probably would have played Morrowind at least long enough to beat Dragon Warrior 7, but I mean those kind of scare me, so it did end faster than I expected, though. I didn't think the main quest was that close from being finished, so... Yeah, unless that shows up for fast forward, won't be played for a while. So it was great until... Well, it was until Maskman came and ruined it. I guess I should return to downtown Delica now. Downtown Delica? It's not too far. Deliking rules the lands of central Majiko. This is what's left of Hindo Town. Everyone's gone. The festival's over. And all the people are dead, apparently, because... Hyper battery. Stun gun. Like an arm... Yeah. Not super strong, but... Hyper. Sun. There's something other than gear. Man, gear is obviously like the trash one. Okay, I really need to like let me bring out a spreadsheet here because I think we're gonna be doing a lot of these batteries and different combinations and stuff. So gotta write these down. This is be like. This is their attempt to sell strategy guides, I think. It's like a payphone. RPG or Crystar gets another pity vote. Yay! Good old pity votes for Crystar. Alright, so Bat 1, Bat 2, results. There's that. Okay. So normal, mild, I'm pretty sure it was gear. I'm assuming the order doesn't matter. That was a hyper and a sun, right? It's a gear. And I know normal plus sun was a gear. And mild sun was a gear. You don't any of those darn games? What, Demon Souls? You don't know the Demon Souls game? I'm actually... I was super surprised when I came up with the first game. Like, seriously, freaking Demon Souls. No voting for something that's on the list to vote. You can only vote for those 5 games. Try hyper and mild. Oh, there we go. Wobble. Hyper and mild equals wobble. This is not a freaking gear. Decent stats. A boot and mat. Let's try the other Racing games are still pretty far off. Yeah. Well, I mean, Atelier Ice is pretty far off, surprisingly, considering there's what three? There's like 5 Atelier games on the PS2 if you count the the hell's it called? There's other ones there, but I forget the name of it, but like yeah, Manikemia, that's it. So if you count the 2 Manikemia games, and like the first Atelier game is how far away? It's the bot there. Yeah, see, the first Atelier game is over 100 games away, so it's a long way away. The PS2 is going to go for a long time. I guess they all come out pretty close to each other, really. Within 100 games, but it's not as fast as like the Dot Hack trilogy. Just like within a year, you get all 4. Okay, so we tried Hyper and Mild. Hyper and Suns. Let's try Hyper and Normal, I guess. Did I try? I don't think I tried Normal. Wasn't that Normal? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Normal I tried, not Mild. Yeah, I mean, Atelier series is definitely, I mean, it's a long-running and popular series, so... And nobody seems to care about Crystar. Oh, there's another new one. Ta-da! It's created. Alright, so we can create 2 different ones with Hyper. So Hyper and Mild. There's ta-da! This one's probably more of a magician style. It seems like Wobble was better for stats, like way better. This one definitely seems more of a caster, though. Yeah. Let's make the other one. Legacy of Goku 2, yeah. Legendary Super Warriors, oh yeah. So that's one of the few Game Boy Color games left. 344, it's coming up soon. As if there's still Game Boy Color games, right? Alright, let's make that Wobble. So those Hyper and Mild. Wait, nope. It wasn't Hyper and Mild. It's Hyper and Normal. Boost Furry? Yeah. Yeah, 447. There's gonna be a lot of PS2 and Game Boy Advance games for a while. Man, it's gonna be the majority of the other than Fast Forward games. It's gonna be like all PS2 and Game Boy Advance games, with the occasional like Game Boy or GameCube and Xbox game, but by far the biggest majority is gonna be PS2. Normal, yeah. These batteries look similar, so maybe that's why I made something. Alright, so that's decent. I was thinking, heard about Crystars, you get that the dog. It's always good to have. Let's throw heal on somebody who's not going to be, like, punching really hard. Like, Wobble, I guess. I don't know. Well, seems... Yeah, let's throw on Wobble, I guess. Can't equip, what? I can't equip. Because he doesn't have arms or something? It's weird. Weird. Yeah, my bad feeling became reality. What can I do? Am I a fortune teller? My hotel. My vacation is ruined. Yeah, where'd everybody else go? This guy must have, like, killed a whole bunch of people. Honor's long gone. How do I blame him? Look at this place. The evil villains that just destroy the entire place. I love the overworld music, it's so chill. Good access to places. Downtown Delica. Of course, the pyramid. Oh, we got access to this place now, too. Hoffman Tower. Guess he's done building it. Yeah, so I guess when you have like the zoomed out view, you can kind of see stars and places that are new. Yeah. I'll be back in a second and grab a drink real quick and listen to this cool music. I return. Hoffman Tower. It's a big tower. Guessing it's gonna grow over time. It's the other version, or cross. No, not cross. Ring. Spark, 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 spark. I made a mistake in what I said. Can you find the error in my previous dialogue? Wait, is there a non-spark in the spark sparks? Spark, 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 spark. Oh, srap. Second line, second last one. Srap. I should do Robopon. Okay, so it's basically a Robopon warehouse. The menu screen has warehouse access, right? You can only carry 20 types of items with you. If your inventory fills up, then you should put extra items in the warehouse. But be careful. You can't use items that are stored in the warehouse. Remember that. Yeah, but can't we just, like... can't use them, but then we can throw into our inventory, and then... It's kind of weird. I guess it's more of an issue with, like, battle items. That could be like a spiritual successor. The Robopon series could be a spiritual successor of the Robotrek, or maybe it's part of the same dev team. I don't know if it's tied in any way. Like, which company brought out Robotrek way back in the day? Quintet? Yeah. Yeah, the employees might have moved over to... What company makes this one? I don't even know. You played through Robotrek again? Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long time for me too, jeez. It's gotta be a good 4+ years at this point since I played Robotrek. We're Fortune friends. Jumper owns you. I'm the champ. You just need to know about Jumper, just ask. Jumper is a game that tests your Robopon's non-jumping skills. There are 3 rounds. Best competitor, light Robopon with high speed ratings. The jump meter is displayed in the lower left screen when you jump. You can adjust your Robopon's posture with the needle on the jump meter. The needle is in the blue, you'll nail the landing successfully. Red zone is for crashes and failed landings only. Yellow area, you might land, you might not. Failed landing drops your points to 0. Be careful. Atlas. Did they make this though, or did they just port it? I could just reset the game real quick and see what name shows up. Wind direction is a key factor in the jumper game. Running with the wind will increase your distance. Don't jump too far if the wind's against you. And the wind is the secret to mastering jumper, don't forget. Let's see. Licensed by Nintendo. Yeah, just Atlas. Hudson. Is Hudson the publisher? Red Entertainment. A bunch of different companies. Yeah, so Hudson Soft. Red Entertainment is probably the original and published by Atlas. So Hudson Soft was the developer. The Puncher champion I am. Explain Puncher's rules for you. 0 funds punching power by hitting a sandbag. Get 3 rounds. Sum from all 3 determines the winner. Choose a heavy Robopon, or one with high attack for the best results. Hudson Soft. Are they gone under now, or were they? I'm assuming they were absorbed. Who absorbed them? Probably Konami. Far gauge, up the cursor as far right as you possibly can. So can we test any of these things? They're just like giving us clues, like, hey, yeah, if you play Puncher, do this, but it's nice to give us a sample. Went under, but nobody bought the company out. I'm sure somebody must have like bought at least the IPs, maybe not the company itself, but somebody must own like their the ability of like selling their shit. Oh yeah, Nintendo owns it, but what about all their other IPs, like, they made the Fantasy Zone games, didn't they? Somebody must own the rights to that. They want to, like, I don't know, release some compilations of some of those or whatever. Item maze. Items will fall through a maze towards your Robopon. Each item has an effect on your Robopon's HP. 3 rounds. Whoever has the highest HP after 3 rounds wins. Robopon with high endurance to win. Mario Party Turn worse for yours, yeah. I never really played any of the Mario Party games. They seem kind of like meh. I guess if you're playing with a big group of people or something, it could be fun, but Won't be that great of a solo game, that's for sure. Only 3 Fortune friends? Because Fortune, there are actually 4 beans. Battler is the 4th. You should have said that you weren't ready for Battler. And he took a vacation. Battler is like normal battle, but without items. Let me play Battler with a Game Boy Advance Game Link cable. That is that. For the match, screen will scroll down to the anime's track. Pressing the B button will increase the speed of the scrolling. Be sure to watch this track and find out where the enemies will fall. So between 5 different positions, items fall depending on which Robopon are competing. Some items may drop and instantly drop your HP to 0. Okay, so these guys are explaining all these little mini games, but we can't actually play the mini game. So they're explaining all the rules, but yeah, you gotta go somewhere else to play these, so hopefully you remember all these rules before you actually play it. First Mario Party was interesting as a solo game. Still, I mean, it's definitely a game that's meant to be played co-op, right? Well, not really co-op, sorry. You know, against each other. North of Delica Castle, south of downtown Delica. It's a restricted area. Hey, new guard. Thank you so much for the 50 months. 50 months of awesomeness. How's it going? How's Robopon going? Also 50 months. Yes, the big 5-0. Robopon is pretty good. Music is crazy. It's really hard hearing the any of the alerts with GBA. GBA is loud AF. Did you come from Hindo? I heard about what Maskman did to the festival. You can't enter the castle due to preparations for the upcoming contest. Let me try anyways. Okay, no spectators allowed. Please leave. It's a small castle. It feels completely different to yourself? Yeah. I mean, it is a game that's meant to be played competitively, right? It's just more fun in party atmosphere. Do not litter. Violators will be sent directly to Gus prison. Do not pass Delica. Do not collect Robopons. Straight to jail for you. Haha. Monopoly. Come to downtown Delica. Please note the castle down the way there. What are you doing over there? You're a bumpkin, right? You stick out like a sore thumb here. How rude. The other king's daughter is absolutely beautiful. There's someone I haven't met yet. Turning 50 years old. Not for a while, thank God. How embarrassing. Master painted me funny. Yeah, when can we paint a Robopon? Ah, check out my newly painted Robopon? Can do it too, just use your menu screen. It's fun changing a Robopon's color. Customize yours today. Killer. Let's change the palette. Yep. Let's start resets it. But I keep it. Cancel, I guess. Gigapon. What color's good? I know, right? What's she doing back there? She's watering the flowers. Looks a little sick there. I should make it as... These all suck. He looks a little sickly right here. Shield Mum. Max defense. I'm assuming we're gonna be using Sun Zero for a while, so this will buff him up. Oil. Let's go get some oil. Did you hear? Deli King will be attending the contest. You think it's safe, though? I'm not so sure. Anti-Rust. I noticed I never got any sort of random encounters in the overworld. I wonder if it's even possible, or you can only get encounters by fighting dudes. Small villagers are ruining upper class Delica. Hey, wouldn't you agree? For the balance, for the artistic sense. Delica and Wanderer were built as two halves of the whole. Brilliant, huh? When I was a child, I used to play with a strange creature in the basement. Nobody I told ever believed my story, though. It was true. Basement in this place? No basement. And with all these fat cats running around, this town is totally whack. God, early 2000s jargon here. Whoa now, back up. Just trying to chill. The working designs localize this. Now what I just realized, Robopon sometimes learns skills when they level up. Using that in software could be a legend one. Cool. So they learn new skills, good to know. And I wonder if they have like already max software. Do they give us the option of like, hey, do you want to learn this or lose it? Pokemon style. Okay, Mom, I know you're on the other side. Ah! Startled me. Who are you? This is none of your business. It's like East and West Berlin or something. Girls rule at Robopon. Fear my purple hair. Riz. Rip Robbie. Whole damage. 5 damage. Times 1.3. Okay, so we got some sort of... Maybe that was like a random chance of getting like a bonus. Shield. Okay, so Wobble did learn a new ability there. I think that's why I couldn't equip anything on Wobble. Wobble learns new stuff automatically. These boys and girls are both equally skilled. I received a super battery. Do we have anything to combine that with yet? No. Let's make a save and let's try super with everything else. It's gonna be a pain in the ass trying to combine all these different batteries. So this is super and mild. Gotta wind up. Super mild. Wind up. Pretty meh stats. Hopefully these batteries are super common, so we can try a whole bunch of different combinations. Considering they mentioned it can carry 9 of each battery. Assuming they're going to be common enough. Super Sun. Gear. Alright. It's the shitty reward. I guess we'll hold on to it for now. It sounds good. It's called Super. It's got to be amazing. It's going to be like the best battery ever. Compared to like mild. A mild battery. It's got to be an amazing Robopon I can get out of this mild battery. The king is the kind ruler of Delica, lives in a beautiful castle. A lot of people here. Cards are selling like mad lately. The contest has been great for business. You're signing up for the contest, aren't you? It's better give you a better string connection. No, it can't. Biggie Tootin'. Amazing 1.1 times. Common. They're really buff. Robopon there. The Robopon nips. Money. Yeah, thank God. Most of the other review games are just like card games, right? That one's more of a tactical RPG, which is kind of a weird thing, but this should be no problem for you. This phase is the informed consumer. While card shopping, press the R button to check which Robopon can equip. Okay. Choose the Robopon and see how a card will affect their stats. Good. Good to know. Nobody. There's fortitude, willpower, against some attack. Nope. It's probably just a pure card game. If it's mostly cards with some like, you know, let's say you're running around but you're just doing card duels, I don't consider that really an RPG. It's more of a card game. Capsule Monsters game. Well, the Capsule Monsters don't level up in any way. Probably not. Did you try it yet? Let me know how it goes. Spark mild and hyper batteries. You'll create a ta-da! Yeah. So there are some characters that give you hints on, you know, how things combine. Right, okay, so pressing right here doesn't tell you anything, so you really don't get any information. Like acquire fire skill, but doesn't tell you what the hell fire does. I mean, obviously fire did damage, but like this abnormal thing, like what the hell is even this? So you only find out if you buy it. With cards, yeah. I mean, if the card playing is basically the fighting mechanic, then it's not really an RPG, in my opinion. Like, you're not leveling up your cards, you're just getting new cards. So you're just playing cards. It's like cards with like some walking around. I don't know. It's obviously borderline, but in my case, it's like a little bit below the RPG borderline. I think it's kind of fair and well liked by everyone. It can be slow at times, but it's part of its charm. Slow in what way? How about a pre-contest battle to warm up? I got a spare battery you can have if you win. Yeah. I think most places listed as a like an adventure game or whatever. Like Wikipedia listed as a card game, strategy game. It's definitely like very borderline. See what Moby Games has that listed as. Yeah, Moby Games listed as strategy, like turn-based strategy game, not an RPG. Both action adventure games and action RPGs and tactical RPGs and tactics games are very borderline to each other. Like, I don't consider XCOM to be an RPG. It's a tactics game, sure, but definitely not. It's very, very close. Fins up. 17 damage. Ow. Some dopey looking things. Yeah, I think there's a lot of games that are very borderline, which makes it really tough, right? Because, like, nope. Salami an American sandwich. Like American cheese, aka like fake cheese. Good old Kraft. What a stupid mistake. Can I get a do-over? No? Here then, take this. We already had a hyper battery, did we? Yeah, we never had a hyper super combo. Try that. Hyper and mild made... Hyper and mild made a ta-da. I guess I could try a ta-da. Hyper and sun made gear. Let's try hyper and super. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not like they're not good games. Just you know, I gotta make some cuts here and there, right? Super and hyper goes gear. Oops. I guess we can make a ta-da. Ta-da sounds like it's gonna be a decent magician one. Oh, that is our fourth one or something. Or I can make a wind up. Can we make super and mild? Or the fact that they even mentioned ta-da is probably okay. Ta-da! Sorcerer. Rune Factory, yeah. We did have Rune Factory 1 show up on a fast forward before, so if it shows up again, it's gonna have some votes. How many votes did Rune Factory get? Let's see here. Rune Factory got 31 votes, so it would have a pretty hefty start anyways if it came up again. Of course, it was going up against, like, Nocturne, so that wasn't gonna happen. So much farming, yeah. That one has a lot of, like, non-farming stuff, too. Kisra and Kiska. Hey yo! Best merchants ever. I'll lose next time. You know about the contest in Delica Castle? It should be starting soon. Where are the votes at right now? Yeah, Taylor Ice is still like more than double the votes of Demon Souls. Yeah, I've already started lining up the contest. Let's see which one's been getting the most extra votes. It's actually kind of even. Crystar got 2 pity extra votes, and then both Demon Souls and Tellier both got 2 actual votes. Apparently they do. I mean, I don't know if they evolve like to a different form. I don't think they do, but they do learn new abilities as they level up. I'm assuming you're just going to be like replacing them with new ones once you use the spank folder. The spank 2 batteries together. I guess the big cities. I'm sort of nervous. Gotta spank those batteries. Still time before the contest begins. Yeah, you can also vote with the name, so if exclamation vote Atelier would work just as well. Made my bot slightly smart. Repair and enhance Robopon this lab. Link spank. The votes aren't like locked down either, so you can change your votes if you need to. That usually happens towards the end when people are like, well, this vote is a losing lost cause. Let me just change my vote to this other one, right? That happens a lot. Go to the castle at all, or let's go to the pyramid first. Yeah. Right, to the pyramid. Faro ruins. This game's got a pretty good variety of music. Oh, random encounters, alright. Gear and a monkey. Rip that thing. I guess the more Robopon you have, the less experience you get across the board. Spreads it out. Masked Man and his 2 cronies. I'll never forgive them for littering my shop. Not in a million years. There's gotta be some secret to the way they throw tornadoes around. The big skeleton. Hey Dreamer, how's it going? It's Pokemon from Wish. It's discount Pokemon. Yeah, I thought like when I first rolled Demon Souls like as the first vote, like I thought like all right, you might as well just close the voting right now. We know it's gonna win. Then Atelier came up, and I'm actually surprised how much Atelier is getting, like how much of a chunk of the votes it's getting. I mean, I guess it's a well enough known series at this point. We get Atelier Thyza there, the Atelier poster girl. And you know, I played a bunch of the Atelier games in the PS3 era. I've never played any of the PS2 ones, so it's interesting to see how different they are. And of course, we never got any of the original ones. The first Atelier we got is like the 6th one that got released. Duh, I got ice. We got ice for free, wow. Oh yeah, exactly, yeah. They're enjoyable games. It's kind of a nice mix of like creating with you know, JRPG mechanics. Oh, for sure. But people like that. People like streamers playing games that are gonna be painful, right? It's just the law. Oh, rip to da, jeez. So I guess we can probably heal them back to normal if I bring them out. Counting real mechanics and turn-based combat, yeah. But I don't know if the earlier ones, I know the later ones of course have like the time limit thing, which I'm never a big fan of time limits in games. I don't know if the earlier ones have that. Robopon got kissed. Nice. Oops. Did my Robopon come back? No, he just got strapped. Alright. So going back to town. Have to do a little grinding so make sure he doesn't die instantly. Leave here. Nope. Gotta leave all the way down to the bottom. On Steam? Yeah, that's true. It's always a bonus when games release Steam versions. I'm definitely mostly a console player, but I'm all for, you know, these games getting releases, especially on PC, so more people can play them. Good old Technomancer. I mean, Technomancer is the best looking game out of the choices, but little talking nonsense, yeah. I mean, Atelier games definitely. I mean, they're definitely niche, right? I mean, it's games for people who love like the anime style, and it's very anime. And I mean, there's obviously some fan service, but it's not like it doesn't do like Compile Hearts style, you know, fan service. It's more wholesome in general. And I do like the art style of it. The art style is quite nice. Money, okay, so you gotta pay to repair scrap ones. So don't die. This isn't Pokemon. They don't revive your dead Pokemon for free. Yeah, definitely need to grind a little bit to make sure there's a couple levels before we go too far. Super Wars 30? Yeah, I'll have to pick up a copy of that. What was that? Ribbit? What was Ribbit? Reboot? I don't know. I mean, he's not moving. first Nep Nep game. I'm sure if I ever get a Nep Nep game showing up on Fast Forward, it's going to be voted. You know, I might as well just turn off the voting there. Nep Nep's going to win for sure. I'm surprised I'm surprised we haven't seen too many of the bigger series like show up with the Fast Forward. You know, we had I guess we had one Final Fantasy Type 0, which is just kind of a side part of the Final Fantasy series. Other than that, let's see, what else have we gotten? Boats. So we did get a Fire Emblem on the first Fast Forward. Manikemia, and Manikemia actually had a pretty good chance against it was Star Ocean and Manikemia were like the big voting ones on the first Fast Forward, and Manikemia just lost by like 8 votes, so that was a surprise. We did get Tales of Symphonia on the first one. Didn't get that many votes though, because it was going against some pretty strong contenders. So considering Manikemia actually did pretty well in the first Fast Forward, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Atelier actually is getting a lot of votes. Second Fast Forward, of course, was the biggest number of votes. There was a huge fight between Record of Agris War on 360 against Hunter Freedom. Everything else was PSP games, so not surprised nothing else even had a chance. The third one was Mortal Shell and Dragon's Dogma, and that one's very tight. Mortal Shell won by like 2 votes. And that was another like fairly unknown game, but you got a lot of I guess because people wanted me to play like a Souls-like game, so it actually did pretty well. Well, that's the thing, right? It depends on, like, anime is just a style, so, but a lot of anime tends to be very fan service heavy. I mean, that's just the way it is with a lot of anime games, especially Combat Hearts. I mean, Combat Hearts is obviously it's one that the company that just pumps out like a whole bunch of games constantly. So it's not a surprise that you get they got like a majority of the the anime game market. Oh yeah, Neo's definitely on the list. 3 times. Although I guess the collection will be the one that will be the played collection. It's probably not enough difference between the remasters versus the originals. Demon's Souls, though, definitely feels like there's enough difference between the PS3 and PS5 to warrant playing both. Unless it shows with the Fast Forward, but considering there's only 3 games in the series, it's probably not as likely. Like, Fast Forward games are going to be way more likely to be parts of series. Or just completely random, obviously. Like Fossil Fighters. I mean, Fossil Fighters is part of a small series, but... yeah, I mean, there's nothing that's been... other than Final Fantasy Type 0, which again is kind of an offshoot game, it's not even part of the mainline series, there hasn't really been any games that are like part of massive series. If anything, Mega Man Battle Network was probably the biggest one. SMT Nocturne, but I mean that's literally like 2 games in that series, 3 and 4, and eventually 5 when that comes out. And you have to play all the difficulty levels? Nah. I'll play the normal, thank you. Dude! Bernie emote, the best. Yeah, when do we get to the Disgaea games? Those are gonna be long games, aren't they? We'll only play DLC if it's part of the package. So if I play like a Game of the Year edition or something that comes with the DLC, I'd play it, but otherwise I wouldn't touch like any DLC. Well, I'll use physical attacks with them. So what the hell? They're all going for Tada, it's not fair. Well, I'm playing the console versions though, not the PC versions. But I do have the PS5 version. The PS5 one I'm sure comes with the DLC since, you know, came out like well later, so I'm sure those will come on disc DLC or whatever. But yeah, any games that have like a Game of the Year edition, like Morrowind was a great example, right? It had a Game of the Year edition that came with the extra DLC. Those, you know, I'll play the DLC if it comes with the disc. I mean, not necessarily, you know, if the DLC is part of, like, integrated in the game, which it usually is, then yeah, I'll probably play it if I run into it. How's Whitbreak? The DLC? Of course, anytime they have like remasters, like Neo, for example, they'll typically include that stuff with it too. I need to level up my dude so he doesn't die as soon as he gets hit, because they seem to really want to kill my Tada. Odd reason. The endings. Boom. Bonus. All oil, what? Remember, fully cured. Right. That's cool. Get some sort of like slot machine super thing going on, I don't know. I guess if you get enough like bonuses, you'll eventually get like a chance of getting a super bonus. I'm not sure what the hell the REBT is inside. It's like a reboot. Finally leveled up. Gonna be able to survive like more than one hit. Like 23, what do you have, 21? Really grind your gears. That's right, Peter. I don't know if I can actually do any physical damage yet with my dude. 1 damage, woo. Swallow could do something. How much money do we have now, actually? Let's check. Maybe I'll go buy some upgrades. And we're not even getting any money. Oh, we're getting his XP. Got a chimp. He's doing a heart symbol with his hands. He's coming in peace. Murder him! What kind of color schemes he has. Make him purple. Treasure. Sub-Zero. Get over here. I was not surprised. He has the box art, the Robopon. When I combined the first batteries there, there's like 3 different combinations that worked, and I figured I'd pick the one that was on the box. We'll do something here. Ow! So much fucking damage. That sucks. The defense is like non-existent. Right, can't equip. I wonder, since he's already got Kiss, because I guess he learned it, does that give him this, like, a higher level Kiss? Yeah, it does rank 2, okay. So it does level it up if you combine some software with the one they learn. It doesn't need rank 2, but... The weirdest part is, like, the ability is called Kiss, like the software is called Kiss, but the actual ability is called Hug. It's like, okay. I don't know if they learn, like, maybe when the rank goes up they learn more abilities. Actually, I should try that. Storm looks like a slinky. And then slap follows that. Hey Cody, hear about the X stone in the ruins too? You already know it's impossible to get inside. Good job. Good luck, rival. I need you to surpass my mad skills. Haha. And call from HR is the one after that. Triple X stone. It's called the Blarney Stone. Hey, Mega Girl. Late night chat was activated. Some of these ability names we're talking about. The ability called Kiss, which then has an effect called Hug. Oh, normal battery received. We have right now normal Super Sun. Let's combine anything cool. Normal Sun goes to gear. We never combine super and normal, so we try that. Oh, that's a cool one. It's a biggie. Super, normal, biggie. He's got defense at least. I mean, that's one thing Tada doesn't have is like defense. Other than that, he's not that great. Let's get fight arm. It's pretty slow. Send him back. You should reload and keep that. I mean, if I'm not gonna keep him anyways, I might as well keep that super battery. Biggie da biggie. Yep, that's exactly what it was. Biggie's ability is pork chop. He's a kung fu master. Sound like this got too hard. But let's see what's upstairs first. Stairs up. 2 stairs up. We just go around in a circle. What damage? So bad. You're the guy I met the other day. I'm from the Chapel Academy, remember? It's hard work caring for the orphans. Can you tell they work hard? There's a gem called the X Stone, which I bet would sell for a small fortune. I can find it, and I'll finally have money for the kids in the chapel. Dew Springs. 1.4 times, jeez. Things are fast. Nick D. You know, since the original Space Invaders, I wouldn't be surprised. 0 damage. Oh, so much damage. I need to get whatever equipment I can for Tada there, because Fire 1 received. So if I can equip 2 Fire 1s, does that count? Can. So does that give me Fire 2 now? Nope, still rank 1. Did the other one have... Okay, he already had rank 2, so it didn't give me a higher rank 1, it just... His default one was, Oh yeah, it is called Kiss, too. So, rank 2 is called Kiss, and rank 1 is called Hug. Yes, I wonder what the next rank is going to be called then. It's kind of annoying he can't equip anything. He kills vampires with hand stakes. Boo. Please want to play this? It's pretty good so far. The music is really good. For the first one, yeah. First one was okay. First one had a lot of gimmicks, like with the cart, which didn't really emulate well. Had like a built-in clock thing. I think it had a speaker or something like that, so you can have like certain alarms at certain times or whatever. Weird stuff. Hey, I actually did 5 damage. My god. I can actually do damage now. So level up Snowstorm. Is that an AoE? Kind of hope it is. This room is amazing. It's also as amazing as my Robopon army. Let's find out. They call him Mini Boss. He's got a piece of poop. Jello. Oh, rip Jello. So much XP. So it seems like you only get money when you're fighting other people. You don't get money when you're fighting random encounters, which kind of sucks. Yeah, no, he's hard as a rock, yeah. Yeah, not so bad yourself. You see Pure One. Or caster, I guess. Just do anything? Like some sort of weird traps or something. This simulates ancient Rome. Amazing. tasty kerosene. One thing I wanted to change is the auto. I'm assuming economy will not use attacks or like abilities. Of course, they probably won't attack the best thing. I mean, maybe they will. I don't know. Let's see if he attacks the storm. Yeah, good. This definitely doesn't use abilities. That absolutely sucks. He doesn't use abilities, so. Hyper battery. So let's see, do we combine... Okay, we combined with super already. Obviously sun and normal we've already... Hyper normal made wobble. Hyper mild made tada. So we'll hold on to it, I guess. Let's go back to town and heal up. That should be fine, actually. Yeah, we're good. Got tons of EP. Anti-rest. Guess we got this with Cure. Cures Suspend, Cures Rest. We're good. Good guts, kid. You like the pyramid? Nobody can reach it through my tornadoes. Now, if you'll excuse me, the great masked man must enter the tournament. It's important that my Robopon stay in tip-top condition, so I can't battle you right now, but my henchman can. Emilio, want to have some fun with this little kid? Maybe consider battling you if you can defeat Emilio. Good time, guys. I'll be back soon. Aw man, why do I have to fight such a little kid? Oh well, if you oppose Masked Man, then you must face his wrath through me. Number 2. Yes, you are. Minotaur. He's only level 1. Level 3 dudes first. Since the other guy's already attacked. Oh, wow, 5 damage. Oh, 1 health. Wow. Minotaur might be level 1, but he's tough as shit. Gonna hug himself. Healed. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be as strong as Masked Man. I mean to say, not as strong as Masked Man. Yeah. You beat me, but you'll never defeat Masked Man. Eaten by a child. I guess we'll go back to Bronco and live in shame. You won't have to worry about me anymore. I've reformed, promise. You're not so bad, kid. You're a winner, a real go-getter. Your battle with Emilio has filled my sandy heart with hope. I'll accept your challenge when next we meet. It's training time for now, though. I will win. Gonna now making Masked Man angry like that. Don't look at me when Masked Man finishes the tournament. I'll track you down and scrap Robopon you didn't know you had. I'd head if I were you. Run far away, never return. Last man will want revenge. Revenge advanced. What? Tornadoes prevent you from entering the pyramid. No pyramids for us. Can't jump off. This totally looks like I should be able to jump off there. We're heading to town anyways. No new abilities. Boo. No new abilities for Dada. That's this whole thing though, he's supposed to be a wizard. Cancel. Nope. This one's actually... You can't go back if you accidentally choose manual attack. Bonus. Just regular attack, I guess. I don't know what the options are. I mean, last time we got that, we got like a full heal for our team, but I don't know if there's other options. Oh, a new area. Bronco Village. Let's go heal up first. So I guess there is sort of an evolution thing with this enhancement system, however that works. If you hit a certain level, you can evolve them or whatever to different forms. This is Bronco Village, a quiet farming town. Isn't my farm nice? I've been working since I was young to turn my grandpa's farm around. Accomplish my dream. The bird is coming to do something there. It's somewhat of a dry spell concerned to Robopon victories, but why? What is Naked Man doing in here? Each Robopon type has different capabilities. Each type can only equip certain parts. Be sure you try before you buy. Don't be like me. I just bought this, but I can't use it. I guess I could sell it, but what a waste. Okay, but like, this one can't even equip software, which is weird. They're all type O, I've noticed. Boot mat. Need a boot thing, use it from learning abilities. I can use a whip. Let's roll by that. We should have some sort of attack. Whip it good. All the same shit everywhere you go. Yeah. Or like rip out their batteries or something and reform them to get some other ones, but I'm sure they can give you enough of like the common battery types. They'll probably give you a whole bunch, and then there's probably some rare ones. But considering it's very trial and error, whenever time you get a new battery, you pretty much have to try with everything else and reload multiple times to see every combination. There's obviously NPCs that'll hint at, you know, combinations, like that one who mentioned the mild plus or hyper and hyper and mild turning into da. That's about it. Hey Dusk, how's it going? Squeenix is spoiling your playing complete RPG quest. Have you seen the new Star Ocean trailer? No. There's a new Star Ocean trailer? Is it gonna be better than 5? Because 5 kind of did really like make an impression, so is the new one gonna be kind of a return to the roots of Star Ocean? Right, Holder. Already have some village. Someone to represent the village. Go fight her if you want to go instead. The Divine Force. No, let's hope so. Let's hope they can bring the series back. I played a little bit of 5, just, you know, like an hour or two, and yeah, it's okay, but I heard it was like quite different, so yeah, I'll have to check out that trailer. Did they announce a date or something like that? Because it's the first I've heard of the new Star Ocean. Or is it more of a teaser thing? Spark the normal and super batteries and Viggy will be created. Yeah, see, people just hint at some of these. Really? That's good to know. Seems about time for a Robopon match. Boy. It's time to win. Gobby. Never played any Star Ocean games you're really in. There is a lot of stuff to do in Star Ocean games. Especially once you get to like the I mean, I platinumed the Star Ocean on the PS3, and that was a long-ass platinum, I'll tell you that. Especially those battle trophies or whatever, and man, if you want to spend a lot of time getting all those trophies, have fun. Looks like I should give you this super battery. Alright, we got 2 super batteries now. Might as well make Viggy, since we have 2 super batteries now. Send them away. To the warehouse with you. If I was censored and given the waifu bigger pantsuit. Yeah, Star Ocean 5... Doesn't Star Ocean 5 have that girl who's like basically like naked and fully naked and fully clothed at the same time or something? The way her outfit is. Oh, there you go. You realize there's a map, alright. 2 different areas here. When you're done checking, press the R button to return. It's important to remember when you travel. Pressing the L button. It's not working. Dog repairs? Considering that's only the overworld. Mechanic you don't like, can't organize your inventory. Yeah, some sucks when some games have inventory systems that you can't organize. Or they make it kind of like an annoying way to organize it. But I think Star Ocean games, I don't know about 5, but most of Star Ocean games give you the ability of sorting in different ways, don't they? I live on the edge. I don't understand. Check out that tree there, and maybe you'll get it. It's a wonderful tree. Life mem. Thanks, lady. It's max HP. Do I want to give it to Tada? I don't really need on Sun Zero. Whole 2 HP. Where my child wear off to now? It's a matter of pride. I don't owe them money, but even still. This is ridiculous, Grandpa. Give it up. Let's pay the tab and get something to eat. Oh, for sure, yeah. You play both the PSP ones. I've never played the first one, but I played this. Obviously, I played the second one. I played the third one on PS2. Both were RPG quests so far, actually, because the third one actually came out as one of the fast forwards. But I'd played it before then, although I never finished it. I played the fourth one on PS3, and of course, platinumed that one. And the fifth one I barely touched, but PS3 one is not highly regarded as highly regarded as like the PS2 one and PS1 one, so probably the PS1 and PS2 ones are the ones to try. Possibly the original one, but around the world, please don't break up my dark past. I'm sick of Masked Man, I'm sick of this town, I'm sick of the stand-up act. I've got a TV sitcom in works for the fall. Don't ruin it by reliving my past. What? I don't see any TVs in this world. Drink holder? Looks this is gonna participate, she is. I love games where people just like stand in place and just they're just doing their daily exercise by walking in place. Yeah, the diamond shaped dress, yeah. So I mean, she's like fully naked and fully clothed at the same time. Hey, are you completing the tournament? I'm representing this village. If you don't mind, may I test your abilities? Face Bronco's best. Whirly, Viper. Full heal for everything. We're already at full health. It is amazing cardio. That's why every JRPG just has NPCs just walking in place, because they're stuck in this one spot for the rest of their lives. They might as well, you know, get some exercise in. Oh, it's pretty good. Here, I'll share some advice. You know that slot machine during battle? It alters your luck. Clear means clear. You lose. But there are a bunch of other cool effects. Star is the jackpot. Yes, but I mean, it's pretty random what you get anyways. This is a way of fixing those gears of those slots. Hey Sting, how's it going? Welcome back. Oh, you missed 3 hours of it. 3 hours of Robopon goodness. I don't know what to cook for dinner. After a victorious battle, Robopon are experienced. Robopon will level up and become stronger with enough experience points. What is this level up thing you speak of, sir? Tell me more. I'm cut out for manual labor. They sealed away the X-Stones long ago. Someone would have to get the X-Stones where they were sealed. Time for the tournament. If nobody fights Maskman, he'll win by default. Challenge a ranked competitor, you need to present an X-Stone. X-Stones are super rare, but I guess that's no problem for a rank holder. Maskman is stark raving mad. I wish there was some way to stop him. So clearly we have to get an X-Stone. Just to deliver homegrown vegetables to the delicate castle. Might as well shop after coming all this way. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought it was Konami that ate them up. And I'm sure Konami's doing a lot with their IPs. Probably making pachinko machines. Good old Robopon pachinko. Bomberman, yeah. Because Bomberman's probably the most popular thing of theirs. I wonder if we get those chests anyway. Let's go to jackpot in the battle slot. Wow, this is my first time winning. Bam, crunch, powie! Watch the battle window as it changes colors. Zappo, whoosh, kablooey! Punish enemies with your temporary super strength. Watch the window as it changes colors. Brown men are released. Wow. They probably got them for cheap. And Konami's, I don't know, Konami just is weird. Okay. Anything else I can do in this town? Yes. I mean, obviously we need to get one of these X-Stones to... I mean, his sister here, I mean, she's going to participate. I'm assuming she's the big sister, so... Unless she's not the big sister I was talking about. Just need to find her and fight her to get her part or whatever. Never went in here. Drop Dawn. Bum bum bum. It's complete at last. The culmination of my time studies is finished. Behold Professor Dawn's time machine. Only one person holds sufficient qualifications for the unveiling ceremony. Sam, be so kind as to do the honors, won't you? Yes, Sam it's all yours. It seems as though my hard work is finally paying off. Thank you, Professor Dawn. Don't be obsequious. Sam, we built this together. Both of our efforts. Shall we name it Dawn and Sam's time machine? That sounds better anyway. Now that's finished. Let's get on with the ceremony. Ready, Sam? Sir, you're too kind. I will accept the honor of unveiling our work. Okay, here it is. 1, 2, 3, pull. Strange, it doesn't seem to want to move. Try a bit more momentum, Sam. Follow through. Yes, sir. I think I've got it this time. 1, 2, 3, pull. I see that you're still struggling. I think you need some assistance. 1, 2, 3, pull. Well, that was weird. Hey, you're Cody. It is you. Much time has passed, but I fondly recall our first acquaintance on Porumbo. I don't remember any of it. Sorry, Professor Dawn. Presume you've seen our embarrassing little quandary here. Wait, genius! You can come by my machine initial test of pilot. It's quite the fortunate coincidence you passing by this exact moment. I've yet to actually test the time machine, so no guarantees. That's why you're so honorable, Cody, a brave experimental pilot. Please do not hesitate. Come aboard and prepare for quantum ignition. You set the machine to set you 20 years back, Cody, sir. It's like, no? You aren't sure if you'll arrive on target, though. Hope for the best. Only you will know what actually takes place. I guess we have to get next known in the past. What is the challenge? It's about time. Enjoy the ride! What a fun excursion. This is exciting. We three will be privy to secrets of time and space. Imagine! He was never heard from again. Yes, sir. Is the machine really safe for Cody? Nah. Yeah, no. Well, I don't know. Can't be substandard. I built it myself. Tape, glue, nails. Is foam board stable? Worked hard on my cosplay time machine. Don't worry, I'm sure Cody is fine. Cosplay, was cosplay even like a common thing back in 2002? Something that was even known by a lot of people? If you said cosplay in 2002, most people would be like, what's this cosplay thing? What are you doing? If you're gonna stop by, you should have called the head. I'm sure most kids wouldn't have understood what the hell cosplay was back in 2002 anyways. Ah, wow. Just die half-phased? Probably. I'm assuming the time machine, that art portrait there, mini screen is glowing. I'm assuming the, or maybe, no, that's, what's her name there? When the other, just barely can see her. I'm assuming the time machine would have some sort of thing that would detect whether it's in solid object, not phase back into reality at that point. Looks like a message from somebody. It's anime waifu. Cody? Come on, Cody. I really was worried, so I tried tracking you using the menu screen. I can tell that you're in Bronco Village, but 20 years in the past. Yes, apparently it's very sophisticated that I can communicate with you in the past. That's funny. Signal's fading out. Is everything okay? You're not actually in the past, are you? We're lucky that you were wearing the menu screen, aren't we? Be careful, Cody. I'm worried. So how's my dad been able to get a hold of you yet? Uh-oh. Cody. Your signal's weakening. You're disappearing. Tell me where you are. I'm losing contact. Please tell me. You're Bronco Village. 20 years ago. It's true. No, Cody. No. How would this watch be able to, like, communicate with the past? Like, wouldn't that mean that she'd be able to talk to you from the future, all like at every point? It's like, hey, it's me from like 20 years in the future. Here's exactly what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Freaking plot holes there. Yeah. Gotta love autocorrect, right? Hey, Matt. Madrino, how's it going? Apparently. I guess they're like, their chronometers are like synced up so that even if you go to the past, they can communicate with each other because their chronometers are somehow linked up. Weird. What happens when I combine Hate 1 with Sick 1? Let's try. Hate 1, is that a battery? No, it's... You can combine... You can combine... software? Or maybe, no, if you equip hate 1 and soft 1, maybe you get like... Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe that... That's probably how we got like the reactivate or something, so I bet you one of this is like probably a combination, because if you have hug and cure you get like one of these, otherwise you only get the other one. Let's try it. No, we get both anti-rest and reactivate. So you probably get some sort of combos if you equip 2 different things. Potentially. So what was that? Hate 1 and... sick 1? Let's write that down. Human construct. Well, I mean, there's the concept of time, there's like the actual like clocks we use, right? Well, I mean, going into the future would be pretty easy. Going to the past would be basically like impossible. Sick 1. I mean, the way we measure time, I mean, sure, we use like seconds and hours and all that stuff. It's all based on like human. Actually, I don't know. What is an actual second? Like, how do they determine what a second was, right? I mean, a day is obvious. It's like roughly how long it takes the Earth to rotate. A year is obvious, how long it takes the Earth to go around the sun. But like, how do they determine months? Like lunar phases, but it's not really lunar phases. Then you have the, you know, weeks and like hours. Hours probably just they wanted to subdivide the day into like portions, but how do they determine hours? You know what I mean? Like, why didn't they just go with like a decimal, like, you know, let's say a 20-hour day or something instead of a 24-hour day? And like minutes and seconds and all that stuff, like it's all like subjective, right? Install the Fire 1 Hate 1 software at the same time. It creates an ability that hits any Robopon you hate with a fire attack. That's cool. So hate and hate 1 Fire 1. So it sounds like hate is probably like an AoE style thing. That's the thing. Going in the future would be easy. If you let's say you put yourself in some sort of cryogenic sleep, like let's say you're able to do something like that, it'd be pretty easy going in the future, right? You just freeze yourself and you wake up in the future. You know what I mean? So going to the future would be very easy. Relatively to, like, relative, obviously. I mean, we don't have the technology yet to put yourself in cryogenic sleep or whatever, but going to the past, on the other hand, yeah, no. Can't cryogenically sleep, put yourself to sleep and go back to the past. That's what I mean, like, going to the future would be much, much easier than going to the past, just because of, you know, just the way you could do it. Oh, huge house right here. Yeah, I guess these guys are... When you enhance a Robopon, its abilities increase. You might also learn new useful skills. You enhance a Robopon in a Robopon lab. When can we advance them? Since we're all saying the same shit. So they don't even sell hate. Well, they define it. I mean, they define it by like some some specific thing now, but like when was it determined? When did they initially determine the second to be a thing, right? It was like a kilogram now. Like a kilogram is the weight of like, I don't know. I remember they defined kilogram as something recently there, something actually like a universal standard, but prior to that, the kilogram was the weight of the kilogram. That's it. Literally the weight of the kilogram. Kilogram unit in France, I guess. The actual the kilogram. Like that was the determining factor for the kilogram. Like everything was based on that 1 kilogram. Like every kilogram on the Earth was literally this one chunk of like whatever the hell material it was made of. That was it. That was the definition of the kilogram, right? But now they made it like some actual standard that, you know, they could always repeat wherever. And but when was the second determined? Like, was it just they just subdivided like they took the day and then divided by 12, divided by 60, divided by 60, and there you go, you got a second? Like, I'm assuming, I mean, considering, you know, and where do they determine these increments, right? So at some point, yeah, the second was determined, but most likely it was based on the day, because day is the first kind of unit of measurement that has an actual something fixed, like some actual natural phenomena, like the Earth rotation. It's fixed, and everything else is subdivision of the day. And of course, the year is the next unit of time that's actually, you know, based on a natural phenomena, the rotation of the Earth around the sun. But even then, it's not exactly, you know, it doesn't match the number of days correctly, because obviously, you know, the Earth doesn't rotate as at the exact same rate. So that's why it's like 365 and a quarter days, but we have to have a leap year. Or, well, not even exactly 355 and a quarter. They have to put an extra leap day every, I don't know how many years there. This town is boring. Life on the edge, man. I need to live dangerously. Haha, all your vegetables belong to me. Oh, God. What is with all the friggin' like pop culture references? I swear this game must have been localized by Working Designs. Husband is incoherent as he is selfish. I'm ashamed. I mean, pop culture references for this point. It's already an outdated meme at this point. What do you think I should have for dinner? Hey bro, fancy a Robopon battle? Let's do this, pink-haired girl. Hee hee. Just fighting us with a bunch of shit. Level 5 jitters. You mentioned something about like the menu changing color or whatever. I mean, I can't see how you're supposed to like accurately hit anything on that wheel, because it spins so fast. It's like I run a Bobbit joke. That is true. This one's just full of memes from the from that 2000s. I guess Atlas was very Working Designs-esque in the era too, just in terms of localization. Yeah, pretty much. Well, no, Atlas published this. They didn't localize it. I'm sure Hudson's, because there's Hudson Soft and Red Entertainment. So I don't know who actually localized it. I'm assuming Hudson Soft must have localized it, or Hudson Soft developed it and Red Entertainment localized it. I don't know, one or the other. Atlas published it. That or Atlas did the translating and published it in North America. I don't know. Normal battery. I mean, we don't have any new batteries yet, so until we get new batteries, there's no point in trying to create any other combos here. Do you know about the crazy old man living in the Faro ruins? Tell us more, lady. When you're around here, did you come from Delica or something? Found the newly constructed Bronco village. Germany gets pretty lewd in their games. I imagine they probably steered a little away from that in the kids' games, but I don't know. So far, I've seen some like some strange stuff in the game in terms of like just everything. Baba Harbor. I mean, they put an actual thing there, but they don't have a bridge. How? So it looks like we're going to be going back and forth between at least this time zone and the regular time zone. That's right, can't pass. Nobody can pass through. Or if there's any way to actually... No, it's probably an invisible wall. You can just somehow, like, glitch him so he doesn't... Pretty much. I mean, this is only 20 years ago. Like, if it's a time machine, there's no reason why you can't go to other time zones, too, so... So I'm sure I'll be visiting other time zones. Forgot to get my EP back up. Wahaha! This will be the ultimate fortress. Our tornado security system is genius. Nobody will figure out how to disarm it. Correctly stuffing on the 3 buttons. Brilliant. Won't be long now. Soon this will be mine. Okay, so those buttons on up and on top there. Well, this is kind of loopy if you ask me. Well, this is slow going. We won't finish for 20 years at this rate. Should we secure the leftmost structure first, where the X-stone is hidden? Leftmost, you say? Yeah. Hey, I mean, could definitely be a spiritual successor, right? That's what the torch is. They're lit on this side, but not over there. This means something. I just don't know what. I don't get it. It's gonna bug me all night if I can't figure this out. I wonder. Can't even like right in the middle of the two things. Oh yeah, I did 1,000 Arms. 1,000 Arms is definitely like... I mean, I'm surprised that game got localized, to be honest. Like a dating... game with dating mechanics in the PS1 era. I mean, that's basically unheard of, pretty much. Yeah, it's like a dating sim RPG. It's definitely, I mean, it's an okay game. It's just surprising to see that in the PS1 era. I enjoyed it. It's definitely unique. You have like a what is it, like 5 or so girls you can date, and like the relationship thing determines how well they can craft weapons or something like that. Of course, her abilities, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's right. Definitely some... I mean, it's like fully voiced for like the dating scenes and stuff like that, which is some hilarious stuff. It's murder tada. This will be weak as shit. It's great. See if I can find that clip there. I think my one of my emotes came from there. This one here is from 1,000 Arms. Good old Nausha. Well, no, I mean, it's tame for sure, but you gotta remember this PS1 era where these kind of games were completely unheard of. Like, you just didn't see games like that in the PS1 era. What the hell is this thing? Fire attack rank 1? What? Is that like an AoE? Oh, it is. When you learn that, you level up. That's cool. I'll take it. See if you can find that clip here. Yeah, this one. That was a funny scene right there in the example of like the game. Hilarious clip. Yeah, we remember Second World Wars didn't come out in North America, right? I mean, there's definitely like dating sim RPGs or stuff in Japan, but those never came stateside. 1,000 Arms was like a rarity for the time to come stateside like that. Counter rate, Jesus. Just attack a weaker one. Ow. I can't see any enemy units that I hate. What? Wow. How does that even work? So you gotta hate the units? How do I know which units they hate? It's so weird. Based on like their blood type or something? Fuck. Yeah, music in this is great. See it conquer. It's great how all like the scenes in that are like voice acted, which again is super rare for that era. Have like full voice acting for all the story scenes and the dating segments and that. Like everything about 1,000 Arms was super uncommon on the PS1. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? This is the kind of comedy you get in that game. It's great. How does... I have to find out like, is there a scan of the manual of this game? What determines if you hate an enemy? It's always hard finding manual scans for like GBA games and stuff like that. Any portable games. So I'm scanning all my manuals because frig, some of these things are hard to get. Manual. People mentioning eBay. See, again, it's always super hard finding any manuals for like this era. Trying to find any manuals for, especially for portable games, you just can't find it. Yeah, but Tony Hawk Pro Skater also had like just licensed music, right? They didn't make their own music for the game. They basically just threw money at a licensing pre-made songs. Like Square was basically making, amazing music from scratch for their games. I love how like French any Tony Hawk Pro Skater like remasters, they always have to change music because of course they can't just use the same music since they don't have licenses of those songs anymore. So they have to like change it up. Ow. Heal up a bit here. Yeah. I'm sure they'll change the copyright law before that happens. Robopon are built for desert terrain. Would you like to see them in action? Dynamite Nip Boat level 6. Robopon. Could be a dangerous fight. I would have punched harder. Ow, one-shotted. Oh, this is going well. Fire on the dynamite. I'm sure this will go well. Sand attack. Yeah, pretty much. But you know Disney's gonna do something before then. Okay, this guy seems to... Probably hits really hard if he hits. Most of the time he doesn't. Well, no XP for my dead dude. Huh. This thing weren't as perfect as I thought. It was fun anyway, though. Here. Sick. Run away. Of course South Park has a fart attack. Those would be interesting if they show up on Fast Forward. Well, there is an enhance mechanic at the lab, so you can enhance them. I don't know if that changes them forms in any way or just gives you new abilities. I haven't been able to enhance any of my current ones yet. It's like a limitation, or there's something that you need to be at probably a certain level before you can enhance them. I haven't hit that level with anybody. I guess it's like level 10 probably. Ready for enhancement. You need my help. You can access Hoffman Tower. How neat is that? I'm working on turning into a dog. Okay, that's why the dog was... Yeah, Dusk mentioned that earlier. I have to look up the trailer. I know it's not dead, right? Didn't just do poorly with 5 and decide, alright, that's it. Just bury it, it's pooched. You seemingly thump noise? Music, maybe? Or just this thing here? It's probably me, like, closing down the, my armchair. I haven't saved in a while, have I? That's always the problem with games where you can save anywhere, is I forget to save. I'm so bad for that. Running game with a guy in a kilt shooting fireballs out of his crotch. 69 health, nice. So you just can't equip any parts, can you? Spins one enemy. So the fire ability was his own ability. Logging through recipes. None of these combine, it seems like. So the hate thing probably just makes it... I'd love to know what the whole hate system is, though. Like, when I try to use it sometimes, it's like, oh, I don't hate these guys. You have to get hit with them by them first, and then you hate. There is part of the music where it's like the like that little hum thing there every once in a while. But that's actually like the music. Sounds like a metallic hum, like yeah, that's the music. And blame the music designers. Sounds like a didgeridoo. Sounds like something like blowing in a bottle. Did I go into that first? Level 5, level 5, level 5. Let's go level 5s. I'm gonna cross up your beer bottle. So evil. Damn it. Level 3s. Best sounds if you put a bit of water in a Magnum wine bottle. Blow across it. So a little party sound. Interesting. Let's not use him to heal, because... Ugh, so many enemies. I can't even use AoEs. The AoE thing doesn't work. I need to hate the enemy somehow. The only thing I can think of is we have to get hit. And we hate the enemy. Yeah, he's not that smart, since Sun Zero attacked like the BPS one, or the one that was like almost dead, I should say. Oh, the graphics aren't bad in battle. I mean, you have these little tiny ones, I guess, and then you zoom in when they attack. You remember, this is GBA here. There's still some limitations how you could like do these games, right? Ta-da and ta-da murder. One damage, oh no. Damn it. Maybe he attacked ta-da. It's like you have a back row, front row system in this, so... I know. It's a slinky one. This way. What? I thought he wasn't supposed to use magic. Put him on, like, whatever... Where did the option that uses... Well, I thought wouldn't use magic. Like reserve or whatever it was. What the hell? Yeah, it just does what the fuck it wants to do, it looks like. Tada's not using magic, and he's the one who should be using magic. If anybody uses magic. You just can't control if you're using AI. Like, there's no option to, like, just don't use magic. Unspent from the fire to head, baby. You can change his color. There. Nice, fabulous. I wish you would stay still so it's easier to tell the color scheme. Put him back normal. 50 gold. Down 1. It's you. Down skill. I wonder if we do an up and down. That probably has some sort of combination. Such high counters. Just one of the disadvantages is the auto attack too, but the fact they just don't seem to attack, you know, would be the appropriate thing to attack, because you can't get the bonus spins or whatever. Not that they go off very often, but when they do go off, it helps a little bit. Damage. It's a chunky chimp. $10 battery. No. Throws 30 EP. What's the money level go up to? Goes up to 9,999,999 gold. Which means we're probably never gonna get close to that. Super battery. Yeah. This doesn't seem like a game that's going to have money be useful for much. Maybe it will at some point, but... Yeah, the encounter rate in this game, jeez. I'm not sure with REBT, it must be like some sort of, like, we get a preemptive strike kind of thing. My guess. It doesn't tell me what the level it is. It's like a reboot or something like that. Like they're booting up. The game's not bad. Encounter rate's a little high, but the game's definitely not bad. It'll be more interesting when we get, I don't know, more Robopons. But our team is like meh. Yeah, I mean, they make... If there's any reason to use money at some point. Like some sort of casino or something like that. But, you know, yeah, there can definitely be some use. If all you can buy is just, like, items and parts. Like, so far, we visited, I don't know, like 5 different part shops, and every single one of them sold the exact same stuff. Rough. Tool 23, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the support. It's fine even enjoying the tunes. The music in this is definitely not bad. This is pretty good variety. I mean, the battle music is all similar, obviously, but in towns and that, it's pretty good variety. Thank ya. It's a long quest. But the trip is definitely worth it. Find a lot of cool hidden gems. I don't know if I would call this one a hidden gem. It's an okay game so far. I mean, obviously we're still very early in, right? 3.5 hours or 4 hours into this game. Once we get like a bigger team more team members. It seems like it can definitely get kind of overwhelming quickly with the batteries anyways. Assuming you get like so many different combinations. Every time you get a new battery, you have to combine it with like every other battery in order to see if you get some cool Robopon configurations. Something's coming. So we gotta hit this in the right order, apparently. That was probably the wrong order, because we got attacked. 2 tank. Wow. Do we hate these guys? Nope. Assuming as soon as they hit me, we suddenly hit them. Oh, I'm dead anyways. Gotta catch them all. Oh man, that hurt. Maybe now he'll hate them because he punched him in the face. What? Okay, I need to heal myself. Hug yourself. Down 2. Alright, so that was the wrong one. Okay, so he got down 2, so he doesn't need the down 1, I imagine. I'm assuming if I get like a higher tier, I get the lower tier as well. Let's see. Wait, oh no, so down 2 was, I thought he learned that. We just received that. Yeah, so you get both shield, so there's no point in getting like 1 and 2 combined. Get both shield down and speed down. Let's try the bottom one. The wheels begin turning. Wheels can still be heard outside. Try this one? Nope. This is the number 3, obviously. I wonder if I have to re-press the bottom one. We'll find out. So they probably have exactly 50 health. Not affected. That's useful. .1 times damage, so much extra damage. No, that's what the chimp guy has. Chimp guy is basically a debuffer. There is I think there was a sick ability, which can... Yeah, which actually is what he has, so... So he's actually my debuffer and crowd controller. Because suspend is sleep, so I can use that to put enemies to sleep. But it only works for 1 turn when I tested it, so... I'm not sure if it's always 1 turn, but... That's that one. Wait, what? they did say to hit the 3 buttons, but unless the order changes every time, which would be bullshit. Dark Explorer, yeah. Unless it comes up with the fast forward. I won't be seeing that for a while. I don't know how many votes it would get, because it's probably a fairly unknown game. It'd be fun to play, like... it'd be fun to play some of those kind of dungeon crawler ones on the DS. Especially the Etrian Odyssey games, and yeah, Dark Spire and that. But hitting these two just gets us, unless there's, you know, maybe these other buttons in the other, like, Sphinx areas. Because they did mention 3 buttons. So maybe the other areas have other buttons, and you have to hit each of those too. I stay here and tank these things. Get tons of XP. Don't know if this is worth the XP. Yeah, too. I mean, it's the only button that actually does anything other than attacking us, so there has to be other sphinxes and other buttons. Only explanation. No fan translations, no. There'd be too many games to play with fan translations, plus, you know, some translations are not 100%, or they're buggy. It'd just be too much of a hassle to throw fan translations in there. Only officially released English. Doesn't have to be North America, but it has to be an official release. So if we get something that was released in like Europe or Asia, officially in English, they'll be on the list. Of course, the PS2 era that doesn't happen too often. At least, well, there's a couple of European ones, but it's mostly in the PS4 era, really. Where you start getting a lot of PS4 and Switch, where you see a lot of English releases only in Asia, because they know that people import these things, and you know the game might have a digital release in North America, but might not be released physically. So it's like, hey, let's make a physical release and throw the English language track, which was already been localized digitally. So it's little effort for them to throw the localization onto the disc or the card or whatever. Encounter rate is really high in this game. Going through like a dungeon, it just doesn't stop. I don't remember how bad the encounter rate was in Robopon, but it doesn't feel like it was this high. We did learn Kiss, but he doesn't have, like, he has the rank 2 one, but he doesn't have the hug, which is down 2 gives us both down 1 and down 2's abilities, so I don't know. Start running away from battles at this rate, Jesus. I don't know if running is always guaranteed. I haven't tried running. Let's just try running every battle and see if we can always run away. That'd be good to know, just so you can get out of a place a lot quicker. Yeah. Yeah, the first Dragon Quest in North America is Dragon Quest 8. After 7 that they changed the name. I think it was, yeah, I guess it was after Square, when they merged with Square. Mega Glove. Alright, we have an upgrade. There's definitely an upgrade. Gives us some attack. Who else can use it? Yeah. This one has some speed, we gain some defense and will. Not worth it. It isn't more than we're gaining. Dragon Age Warrior monsters. What was the last Dragon Age? Inquisition? Oops. I wonder if they're even coming out with any more Dragon Ages, or that's it. Unless they can figure out a way of integrating loot boxes into Dragon Age. I'm sure they'll bring one out. Or games as a service of some kind. They did announce a 4th game? Oh, there you go. Of course it will. It's EA we're talking about here. They'll find a way. They'll find a way to monetize it in some way. XP boosters or whatever in a single player game. Back from Inquisition. I played a little bit of Inquisition, but I remember none of it. I should go back to town and heal up here. Bucko. You guys ready to enhance? No. I wonder if the game will tell you when they're ready for enhancement. Like, what's our current levels here? He's level 10, so if it's level 10, it's already there. Of course. God or evil? How about both? It's an evil god. All gods are evil in JRPGs. Wobble so slow. 1.4 times. Correct. No new abilities? Boo. I went up here, didn't I? Maybe I didn't. It's not all the way up. Like an MMO, yeah. I think that's what kind of put me off too. It just, yeah, it didn't feel as tight as the previous games, right? Just mixed up this at first. I'm sure they had their eye in Bethesda. Mixed up's like, nope. We're taking them first. He just like buys the companies, guts them, and sends the development teams like on other projects. EA, where companies go to die. Leveled up. It's in the game. EA Sports. It's in the game. Rock. Rock and fire makes some cool combo thing. Hits all with stone. Oh, that's good. 11 though ain't cheap, but at least it's an AoE. I'm using AoE. Ubisoft and EA should merge. Don't say that. Should merge like Konami, EA, Ubisoft, Square Enix, Capcom. Let's merge everything. Call them Conglomerasoft, Monopolisoft. Monopolize the entire gaming industry. Raise game prices up to like $150 a game. Oh, does Disney own any game studios? Umbrella soft. Hyper battery. Use Hulu and Fox. Okay, so there was the bottom one last time. The right, probably the right one then. It was 41 damage. Won't be able to do enough. Let's try the stone attack. 1 damage, wow. I mean, they are made of rock, so... Plus they're defending, so... Hulu for the first time after YouTube TV had distributed NBC. Well, we don't have Hulu in Canada, so... Never tried it. There we go. One more switch. There's 150 million to Pirates of the Caribbean game that never saw the light of day. Wow. And there is a Pirates of the Caribbean game on the Xbox. Apparently it's decent. I think it was what, Bethesda, or which company made that one? I forget which company it was, but it's a well-known company anyways that made a lot of Russian pirates put Johnny Depp in it. Hey, Trippy. That's totally not beta bots. It's got too high an encounter rate. It's an okay game, but... Although again, it seems... Well, I don't know. I haven't tried running too much yet, but... I'm assuming running... Let's try escaping every battle. I just want to see if you can even fail to run. Oops. Problem is, if you accidentally press the button there, you can't go back. So, as soon as you say, yeah, attack, you manually attack, you're stuck. They're going to go for an MMO. This is probably before MMOs kind of went downhill and nobody played them anymore. Nowadays, I mean, you can't make an MMO anymore that it's going to sell well, right? I mean, huge names like Star Wars couldn't even get a big MMO going. Of course there would be more Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Why wouldn't there be? Disney's gonna milk that franchise as long as they can. That was good. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Still on the easy side. I mean, I was using the same team for like 3/4 of that game. But of course, you know, the game gives you a lot of different choices for team layouts, so that's more of just me finding a good niche team and like just using it for the entirety of the game. So much digging. It'll be interesting to try the second one if that ever comes up. Third one I hear is not so good, but I guess the game didn't survive the transition to the 3DS too well there. Could have won, but there was sand in my eyes. Alright, so there should be one more of these. This one here we couldn't get into. Maybe we can now that we got the other two switches done. That actually one-shotted something. Only because of that 1.3 per 3 times attack there. This is just like a hidden passage. I love when games have hidden passages that your character should totally be able to see. Like, literally, like, there's a secret passage in the wall that from your angle you can't see, but there's no way they wouldn't be able to. Just standing right in front of the wall with a hole in it, and they can walk right through it. Game logic. I love it. Controller. Controller disconnect or something? 1 second. Reboot the controller. It's not taking my inputs. Turn it off, turn it back on. Come on. Sync up. Sync up. Somehow got disconnected from my wireless adapter. Give me a second. There we go. Don't know how I got disconnected there, but lost its sync somehow. There we go. I think it was in the middle of some like action sequence. In the middle of like a boss fight on, you know, a Castlevania game or something. That would suck. .4 times. X-Stone 7. We had to find 1 through 6. So we have the X-Stone. We need to press the switch. This is the whole reason we came here, right? For an X-Stone. Battle Wannabe. It's gonna be one of those things where we have to like fight somebody who has number 6 and get his X stone and so on and so forth. Guess we have to go into the ones that have torches. What's with torches? Put it on this side, but not up there. Battery. God, the encounter rate just doesn't stop. Yeah, so it doesn't seem like it's possible to fail to flee, at least what I've seen. I mean, obviously during boss fights or, you know, encounters against other trainers or whatever. Give me the cash. That'll be hurting if you say no. Let's see what buy it. Gunball. Another mild battery. Oh, hey, no hard feelings. Just up one. I wonder if you combine up and down, that'll give you anything cool. Let's see if we've combined every single one of these combinations so far. So normal with mild, sun, hyper, and super, yeah. Super with hyper, yeah. Mild and sun, yeah. Hyper with mild and sun, hyper with mild and sun, yeah, and mild and sun, obviously we did, yeah. All these have been combined so far. And when it's not in our team right now, well, we did make a wind-up at one point. I think that one might be okay, but... Doesn't seem like you get anything special to combine up and down. I never thought of that actually. I don't think so. Maybe you can. Yeah. Never thought of trying, yeah. See for the hell of it. We only have super and hyper that we have doubles of, but let's try it. Super, super. Just a mouser, dude. Mouster. Problem is they always start at level 1, right? So more HP. Let's Got pretty good attack, actually. 30. Considering he's level 1, he's got 30 attack. Gigapon is like 35. I'm assuming that's his base attack and not counting his weapon, maybe. Speed kind of sucks, though. It's better than Wobble, though. That could be an option. You know what? Can Wobble back. Keep Maelstrom. Keep him anyways. Oh wait, it actually tells you, like, if you combine, like, Wobble created, ready to spark now. So yeah, if you choose something that you've already made before, it'll tell you. Hyper. Here. Let's reload that one. We'll keep the Moster. And considering that Wobble guy was like ultra slow, and we never found like an item for him yet, and he couldn't equip like software. Wobble was kind of pretty shit. He did decent attack damage, but other than that, it's kind of garbage all around. Yep. Yeah, gear is like your consolation prize. Like, yeah, you this turned to shit. There you go. It just sucks though you come in at level 1 now. I mean, that's... Although, I mean, I guess 31 defense. I mean, he's got more defense than Hyper. I mean, he's gonna be better than Tada at level 1 in terms of defending himself. He also can't equip the software. Parts they can currently equip. Zombie mouse. Yeah. A little too hyper. A whole bunch of different stairs up here. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but he's also level 1, so should level up pretty quick for the first couple levels at least. Will down. Oh, where's willpower? Okay. Repeat. Seems pretty shit. 69 damage. We maxed out the damage counter. Okay, what did we do yet? This one, I think? Yeah. The wind outside stops. Hooray! Get some XP, actually. I love Mouster a bit. Yeah, they're off guard. Alright. That's for the reboot. Didn't notice the they're off guard thing before, so... Preemptive strike. Pretty sad. Do like one shots, one, and the other guys can't even handle one by themselves. That hate one. 20 gold. I hate their zeros. Their zeros look like 9s. So we already have fire hate on him, so I guess this stuff like down could be useful. But again, I'm not sure how hate works. Could be useful as sick, because that could probably put multiple enemies to sleep. Yeah, suspend and sleep. Doesn't work with shield or slow though. I still don't know how the whole hate system works. That's one thing I'm not sure about. I remember using fire hate once and it, you know, hit multiple enemies, and then every other time since then, every time I try using it, it's like, oh, I don't have any enemies I hate. It's like, okay, how do I hate them? I'll see, like, he hates those two. Now, why does he hate those two? Because they're like... maybe it's, I can't check. Maybe it's like an oil type thing. Does he hate anybody? Yeah, so he hates the same guys. Everybody's O-type oil, right? Oh, okay, he's got B-type oil. So it could be... I'll have to inspect them after the next battle, see if there's somebody who's got a different oil type. Maybe those are the ones that are hated. There's some other system, but the only thing I can think of is oil type. Yeah, welcome to the Game Boy Advance. Game Boy Advance audio is always very, very harsh. You have to remember, like, Game Boy Advance would have been played with little tiny, tinny speaker, right? So the audio tends to be in your face when you're playing with headphones or, you know, with normal speakers. oil B type. Assuming all these are the same oil type, right? This guy we didn't hate, yeah, he's AB oil. So yeah, maybe, I mean, it's probably the same system as, like blood, right? So, O type, because AB is the, is AB the universal, O is the universal donor, AB is universal receiver or something like that, right? AB can receive to anybody or whatever it is, like O negative or whatever is the universal donor. Isn't that what it is? Or is it the reverse where O can receive blood from any type, AB is universal? But either way, they didn't like this guy, but they were able to attack the. Actually, yeah, my guy was type O, so type O was able to attack type O. So maybe O can only hate type O, but AB could hate anybody, maybe? I bet you that's what it is. So ABs are just full of rage. O negative is the universal donor? Obviously there's no negative or positive in this, I'm assuming there's no plus, but let's see. Yeah, so there's no enemies that they hate. So the only ones that they've hated were the O type, so maybe it has to be the same oil type. Like if it's the same oil type, you can hate it, would be my guess. I'll have to do some more testing. I mean, I'd have to have more guys on my side that have different blood types. Like Mouser, unless he learns a hate ability, I can't teach him one, so. And I can see what B type, because these springs are B type, so let's say he was able to hate the springs but nothing else. Maybe it's like blood type specifically. Falls a week from regrets, yeah. You want that sweet, sweet O negative blood. I guess AB positive would be the universal receiver then. So if you're AB positive, you can get any blood. But O negative also, I mean, I guess if it's the universal donor, it can only receive blood from O negative, right? You can't receive from any other. You can't get blood from any other types. I know. It's another thing too. Like Japan's always been fascinated with like blood types. Every time there's characters, they always have to have blood types for some weird reason. I guess they have the whole kind of compatibility thing with their horoscopes or whatever. Boss, this is slow going. Won't finish for 20 years. That's right. Let's go say something. Because they have ninjas. Wait, so this just stop the tornadoes in the future? I guess it must have. So tornadoes aren't here anymore, but I mean they weren't blocking anything in this timeline, were they? way to their personality. Kind of like here with the horse, with the Zodiac. For Taurus, you have like an aggressive personality or whatever. I like the overworld music in this. Hi, Cody. Doing okay? Huh? Why so surprised? It's me, Dr. Disc. Sure you feel okay? Anyway, Lisa said you traveled 20 years back in time. I didn't believe it at first. What does everybody have frickin' time machines in this game? The time travel technology seems to be very rampant. Here you are. Only a few scientists could build a time machine. Myself and Prof. Well, you obviously know already. What's that? Why'd I come here in my time machine, you ask? Isn't it obvious? Lisa wanted to help you. There's also something I need to check out. I have a weird feeling about. Let's just say that there is an event in the past which I need to investigate. See, if this guy can come from Ferombo Island, why didn't he bring our Robopon with him? Robopon we left behind. We need to know later, but we need to worry about all that right now. Wait, weren't we supposed to have amnesia, by the way? Like, how do we know all these people? Like, what's this strange doctor coming and see us? Like, we should be freaked out right now. Like, I don't know you. Just so I know, why the heck are you here? Time travel is dangerous. She stopped to think. If you weren't wearing the mini screen, then we never could have found you. One is worried. Just vanished. Lisa stopped eating. Eventually noticed the date on the mini screen read 20 years ago. Rushed to complete my time machine so we can find out if it was true. It was, lucky for you, so we'll be so relieved. It's a violation of nature. You need to go back to the present. Yes, back to the present. To the future? Never mind, just get in. What if I don't want to go back? Let's go heal up first. Hints any of them yet? Cody, start the machine, hurry! Let's go! Rip that one. Sorry, Cody. As I said, the time machine is incomplete. Stuff happens, I guess. You okay? Well, it's a good thing you came back, though. We're not even in Bronco Village, Cody. That's convenient. We landed in jail. Congratulations, Masked Man. You're now a wannabe. Practice hard to improve and become even stronger. Here's your reward, undeniable proof that you're a wannabe. That concludes the award ceremony. How about a hand for a wannabe? Yeah, he's a wannabe! Haha! Majiko tournament has officially ended. Rank holders may still be challenged individually. However, in order to do so, the challenger must possess the proper item. An X-Stone. Search the X-Stones. There's only one X-Stone per rank, so don't just sit there. True battle for rank has begun. Wait, don't we have a wannabe X-Stone? Alright. Hip hip hooray for the wannabe! This is the Majiko tournament. Looks like we're late. Sorry, Cody. Thought we could swing it, but the tournament's already over. Ah. Now it's you, Cody, right? Why didn't you enter? Not so bad with your Robopon. Would have had fun. Not that it matters. I guess your fun would have ended when I defeated you. Really kind of bad. I promised we'd battle, but now it's too late. I'm a proud wannabe now. can't battle me without an X-Stone. If you listen, I'll tell you a secret. Around 20 years ago, I had an X-Stone 7. It was very precious, so I hid it. Put it inside the Sphinx dungeon. It just disappeared. Now nobody can find the X-Stone. Which means you'll never challenge me. Understand? I mean... in your hand. That's not a... How the heck did you manage to find my X-Stone? Aw man, that's so wrong. This is impossible. I have no choice. The rules state that I have to battle you. Sure, fine. Accept your pathetic challenge. I say we fight on my home turf, the pyramid. Wahaha. Remember all the tornadoes there, don't you? So then, fight me if you can manage to get inside. I don't remember any tornadoes. You guys remember tornadoes? Didn't think so. I love how the king's back is completely exposed with no guards around. So we could just, like, you know, accidentally ram a dagger right through that back. I see. I want to become a rank holder as well? Better hurry. My way to challenge someone of rank is by using the item called X-Stone. Many people can find the X-Stone and gain ranks now. For the stones? It's up to you. There's only one X-Stone per ranks, so don't sit there. The true battle for rank has begun. I was gonna say, my controller disconnected again. Go back to Parombo Island and try to finish my time machine. I'm really sorry I didn't make it, Cody. But hey, you still have a chance. You just need to find an X-Stone. Do your best. I'll see you again soon. Alright, let's go kick his ass. I wonder if they have any new items. Probably not. Probably when we get new stuff when we leave this part of the world. Yeah, it's all the same crap. Which we do have that new dude though. Poster. Yeah, of course none of the stuff we have can be used by him. We just grow like giant. Yeah, we're bigger in this town. How about now? We're massive. Destroy. Cody smash! So I'm thinking, I've never studied about JRPGs where you're like just the size of like an entire town as you're traveling. I don't mind fighting these things. They're like, what, level 1? I think worth fighting. This guy now. Ah, my head hurts all of a sudden. Cody, right? How'd you get the secret X Stone 7? Possible to enter the Sphinx where that X Stone was hidden. Most of tornadoes somehow disappeared. Most of the Sphinx is blocked by impassable tornadoes, you see. You can challenge Maskman with that X Stone, but I won't allow that. Which is why Maskman hired me. When tornadoes fail, I step in to defend Maskman. Now we battle. I'll hit you clear into next Tuesday, even though our Robopon, just a Robopon fight. Yeah. A lot of times, if you get an overworld, it's basically just like a map where you just like choose the next point. It's where you're actually going around an overworld. More often than not, it's just like a, you know, you're just walking through the world with no actual overworld, which makes more sense. I mean, the overworld was a remnant for like the, you know, the SNES era where you couldn't really have that much. Like, you couldn't really design a full world where you could just walk around the world, you know, live, right? I mean, you had to have this kind of zoomed out world. And also, it was a lot more localized. You know, stuff like Secret of Mana or whatever, which is like a very small area, relatively. You could kind of do that, get away with that, but that can be walking from one side of the world to the other. And, well, you generally don't most JRPGs nowadays where you're like controlling the character from the back view or whatever. You know, the entirety. I should check what these guys look like. Scorpion, Centaur. I'm assuming the Centaur is probably the beefier of the bunch, so. That is not affected. Oh no, rest. I'm assuming rest is like a poison kind of thing. No, none of those enemies I hate. You eat anybody? I think his health went down there. The question is, does Rust carry forward after the battle? 100 goals. Good sport. I admit I lost and you won. Congrats. I don't care if you go fight Maskman, but I know he'll defeat you. He's a definitive wannabe. He has that title for a reason, you know. Robopon will crush your team like the chunk they are. Maskman's not above using dirty tricks to come out on top. Try it if you like, but you will fail. Doesn't look like there's anything that says rust, so I'm assuming it goes away after the end of battle. Guess we're not getting past them until we go defeat Maskman. Some fancy place here. I've been following you ever since I heard you were after the X-Stone. I suspected that we'd be rivals. I'm honestly surprised that you were able to find it so quickly. You may have your own plans, but it's my duty. The children takes priority. Sorry, but I must ask you to give me the X-Stone. Wait, don't you have... You need to have an X-Stone in order to challenge me with an X-Stone, buddy? Don't you know the rules? Hand it over. A bunch of years. It's just sad. Save my magic for the actual boss fight. Metal Gear. And they're quite solid as well. So the kids will have to wait. You're in that X-Tone Putty, so I'll let you keep it. We'll just have to find some other way to feed the kids at Chapel Academy. You just stole food from the children's mouths. Evil bastard. Mild battery. Should we have 2 mild batteries now? 2. Gear. Mild gear. Womp womp. It's so annoying though, like, I wish there was a better way of doing this. Test these different combinations instead of having to, like, reload the game every time. It just tell you what the hell it's gonna give you, you know what I mean? Does it really hurt that much saying, hey, you know, this combination will turn to this? Run away! Like, at least get out of the room before you use the encounter game. Jesus. Not too many objects I've found in the world so far, but they definitely do exist, so you gotta check like all the barrels and the dressers you find, just in case. Ah, encounter rate, man. Encounter rate is just stupid in this. When they give you, like, so far I've yet to fail running away, so it doesn't feel like running away can fail, so it's not like you need to have that high of an encounter rate. You can literally run away from every single fight. Just make half the encounter rate. Unless you want to grind or something, and I guess the high encounter rate would be fine, but that's why you make, like, look at that, there's like 2 steps. That's why you make items that increase encounter rate if you want to grind. Well, depends on the style, right? When you have a big, large map, well, like a well-designed overworld, I should say, there's plenty of opportunity for exploration. Exploration is always fun, right? Exploration, finding like hidden areas, that kind of stuff. It's always fun finding hidden things. Because Final Fantasy 15 was jogging me. Yeah, but see, it's an example of an RPG where there is no overworld map, but they give you like just a big open world. Like a world map is a way of making those big overworlds a little more compact, right? Not just a whole bunch of emptiness. Just compress the emptiness. Then you can have games like, you know, the Elder Scrolls games that have, you know, obviously overworlds that you traverse through normal means, but there's a bunch of stuff off the beaten path that you can constantly find. Boring. All these rooms that feel like they should have something hidden in them. There's nothing. This is like there's a delay after the icons come up, so I press left to try to go to the escape, and then press the button to hit OK, but it doesn't take my left, and it just takes the OK. And once you actually go into the select your actions thing, you can't go backwards. It's just super annoying. Okay, aha, you made your choice. You can't back out now. That's a balancing act, right? I mean, generally, like, a well-designed one's gonna have... No, like, the places you need to go to are pretty obvious. Kind of hard to miss. But then, if you do decide to explore, you're gonna find these little nuggets of lore and maybe some extra equipment and stuff like that. Sure, you might miss everything, or you might miss some stuff. And of course, yeah, there's that FOMO, right? If you're missing out, where you wanna find everything. It's like, oh man, I don't want to miss this super cool thing. But hey. Makes exploration just that much more worth it. Sub-Zero leveled up. Wait, did no, wait here. It just came from... Oh, hello. I really got guts, Cody. Did well overcoming the traps and pitfalls of my pyramid. There's traps. I don't believe you actually got an X-Stone 7. I locked the X-Stone away in a Sphinx 20 years ago. Nobody can reach it, especially not a little punk kid. But you hold the X-Stone 7 here in your hand. How? Why? Where did you get this? It's very important you never find the X-Stone. A wife and son to support with my tournament victory. Destroy my happy family. Dude, like, how many happy families did you destroy in that town? You literally, like, murdered tons of people, women and children. It's like, saw destroyed Hindo Town first. Who really cares about that? You're supposed to have no choice but to accept your challenge. But beware, inherited the secrets of a long line of pharaohs. Ancient blood flows through my veins, allowing me powers no mortal man has. I can speak like an Egyptian and fight like an Egyptian. I can walk like an Egyptian. Wahaha. That's more than enough. I see you still want to throw your Robopon's lives away. Anubis, cramping the power of humility at this whelp. Time to murder the pharaoh. What do we got here? Undertaker. It almost looks like maybe the Under gets out of his crypt and becomes the Taker. Let's see, you get 40 attack. Doesn't show what his health is. Anybody that we can hate? Oh, we hate everybody. Hooray! So I don't think it... I don't think it has anything to do with blood type then, because, I mean, we fought other ones with the same blood type, so I don't know what the logic is. Ow! It's so unfair. It's like we were low level with that and we just got one-shotted because this game sucks. I'm just gonna reload actually. Yeah, let's just reload because, I mean, the fact that we can use the hate attacks. If I had used fire on both of them, I probably would have killed all those dudes. Instead of getting one-shotted. Kind of sucks. It's like, how dare you use this, ta-da. Just gonna make you regret it. Wheel. Grab the treasure first. Win one. attack. I don't know if I'd want to hit a random enemy. Weird, like, it doesn't catch my inputs. I want to go to AI there just to make it a little quicker, but so you gotta wait like a second after the icons show up so you can actually press the buttons. I guess once they're done pulsating, when you can actually move the icon. Come on, game. Seriously. This encounter rate is stupid. Again, if you weren't able to, like, guarantee to run away from every battle, then, okay, high encounter rate, it's annoying, but at least, you know, you have to take that risk versus reward of running away or potentially, like, getting hurt. But when you're guaranteed to run away, there's no reason to have this high encounter rate. It's just super annoying. Well, since it's a different team, same team, just and they're off guard too. What? Ow. So we got a preemptive strike. For some reason. I'll take it. Hit them all except for the pyramid guy. He's alright. Slightly better that time. The one of our dudes murdered. 7. You're a big wannabe. Hooray! I'm a wannabe. That's what I've always wanted to be. It's the mask, isn't it? I don't like my mask. How cruel of you. Was what I did so wrong? I was just following my dream of murdering a village full of women and children. Well, I support my family without the rank of wannabe. So my vision of perfect family was just a delusion, was it? This must be punishment for all those people who I hurt. If only I knew. I could have been a contender. The other rank holder will be stronger. Is contender actually a rank? Is that the next rank now? Going from a wannabe to contender. I couldn't beat them, so I doubt you stand much of a chance at all. At least you're young, there's nothing left for a man my age. I may have lost my title, but the pyramid will always be our home. I spent 20 years building this place. I still have 518 years left on the property loan. Wife and son can get jobs to pay off the loan. Isn't that right, honey? Oh. No, my desert rose. Wah! I can't stop crying. I've nothing to live for. It's So he's gonna go into a spiral depression now. It's the mask, isn't it? I like my mask. Cool of you. First defeat, now my not-so-loving wife and child have left. So my vision of a perfect family was just a delusion. Here. Revives the HP. Overhaul. High HP revive. Until you're okay, right there, wannabe. Tells me my rank. I'm a wannabe. Yeah, they had that big 7 thing. They could have made that show up like above the or below the time logo or whatever. Robbie. Okay, so once you actually find them, you see what combination of batteries they turns into them. I wonder if you meet a certain number of them, they'll give you the battery combination. Probably not. Some of these, it's like it's a flying hot dog. A big ass mech. These look like definite evolutions of the same dude, so it's probably some sort of enhancement thing going on here. So I guess it could probably give us an idea of which ones can be enhanced, right? This seems like kind of a path here, going from like this to this to this, maybe. Like this guy to this guy, seems very similar. I don't know if this would be a pig evolution, probably not. Like this one here seems like maybe an evolution of this one. Looks like it gained some weight. Our guy doesn't really seem to have anything, right? Like he doesn't seem to go to this thing. Obviously, Robbie doesn't have any sort of evolution. Would he go from Minotaur to Centaur, I wonder? Probably not. Yeah, still like he obviously has an evolution. Reforms. Moster maybe transforms into this spiky thing? Or Tada. Yeah, Tada, this definitely looks like a Tada, so you get some sort of evolution. Maybe this one? Wind up seems to get an evolution. All of this one doesn't seem to. Viper 2 seems to get something, maybe. 2 different forms. It's like Under and Taker definitely seem like Taker seems like an evolution of Under, so. And then seems like maybe another evolution past that. Looks like he's probably using the cover as like a shield now. Good ball. Seems like he has a full overcoat, and maybe he's riding a horse. Gigapon. No? Maybe? I don't know. It's hard to tell. These look like they could be different forms of him. Battery and question mark. How did we get Gigapon again? No, I think we got this guy. I think this was given to us. Hey, Sumo. Your new account? New account. You got locked out of the other one? That sucks. The pile of shit turns to a pile of shit with arms and legs. Yeah, so it definitely seems like you do get some evolutions. Like there's clearly some evolution forms in this. Sun Zero doesn't seem like it gets one though, so. Now the only question is, when does it happen? And does the game like tell you when you can evolve? If anything, Sun Zero looks like he's an evolved form to begin with. Ah, yeah. That's never fun when you get something like that. And you can't like reset anything because they need you to access your email, but you don't have access to your email, so you're stuck in this loop of like, well, can't do anything now. So let's just create a new account. Check everything here. Now we gotta walk out. I do have... Did I buy that item that lets me escape? No, I think I was thinking about it, but I wanted to save my money for other stuff. Now we gotta walk out of here with a bajillion encounters. Ugh, again... Like, I hate that kind of pulsating thing where like I'm pressing the button to go to the left and thinking, you know, I press the button and hit OK, but it doesn't take the button press, but it does take the OK, and it goes into here, and then you're stuck, can't go backwards. Just so annoying. You remember the email name? So long ago. It's a Yahoo email. It's an AOL account. It is Yahoo. Wow. Does Yahoo even exist outside of Japan? And Yahoo's basically a Yahoo auctions in Japan, that's it. That's the only reason it still exists. Damage. This encounter rate, my god. It looked like it was hanging there for a second. Look, this rope hanging loose here. See, man, this got dark real quick. How could we overlook a design flaw like this? Let's pull it out. Hey kid, can you help? Like, you walk in the room, you see this. I mean, first thing you're thinking is like, geez, I know you lost, buddy, but come on. It's big in India? Oh yeah? India's still on dial-up? Yeah. Thanks. Proven by calling my phone all the time. You can see Yahoo. Makes sense. Hey, Rancher. How's it going? I'll just pull it out. Hey kid, can you help? 1, 2, and pull. Swim back into it. Pull, pull. Come on, you're hardly even trying. Pull the rope like you've never pulled before. Yeah, that's it. Okay, this sounds very wrong to be doing with a stranger. Pull that rope, kid. Pull it hard. Come on, come on. Give it a good yank. Whoop. Rip Mask Man. He's just dead now. It's been quite a while, Cody. I'm the scientist who found you in Bubba Village. How have you been? I achieved the goal, which I vaguely hinted at when we first met. I traveled back in time to witness you achieving the rank of Legend 1. I brought back someone who wishes to see you again, Cody. It was Legend 1. Think of Zero Tower. Someone you thought had died. You know who. Did you forget about me, Cody? It's me, Dr. Zero. The person at my side is none other than my brother, Dr. Zeke. You may have taken my precious Legend 1 title, Cody, but soon even my revenge on you will seem insignificant. The world is about to change forever. While you're busy becoming a wannabe, I surpassed all ranking. I surpassed even Master. I'm now the mighty Legend Zero. That's right, my brother now transcends all ranking systems. Robopon seemed childish, if you ask me. But it seems you'll once again be required to challenge Dr. Zero. I won't destroy our plans this time, though. Now it's different. The world will be ours, and not even time itself can hope to stop us. Which one do you think is going to get release date first? Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2? That's a tough one. I mean, I'm sure they... Now that they've got, like, you know, the Final Fantasy VII kind of engine in place and that, I mean, at this point it's just releasing the actual, like, releasing the actual content. I mean, they're probably well into making the second part when, you know, the first part was released, so probably 7 Remake Part 2, but who knows. Isn't much time. We're tired of waiting. We're acting now. Why did the other guy just like let, you know, the kid just die? Waited this moment since our childhood. Have fun challenging the rank holders, but know that you will not defeat me. I control the world. The only rank that matters will be my own. As your supreme ruler. But first we must act. So I leave you now. Zero is right, we must go. Should be a while before we meet again. Look forward to that time. But for now, Zero has a surprise. Are you ready? I like surprises. Although we're not even facing them, our back is just turned to them throughout this entire diatribe. Blaze. Zardon. Tempest. If you're playing Dragon Ball Z, these look like Dragon Ball Z bad guys. Create these 3 cyborg warriors to keep you busy. They will never stop hunting you. They're stronger than any rank holders, so they should prove good practice. I must go, as well. You Zero Brothers will conquer the Earth sooner than you think. Oh, wait, what? Was there somebody behind me? I don't know. I was just staring at this wall for the last 5 minutes. I don't know. Must have been the wind. Still get limited to Half-Life 3. God. The day that Valve announces Half-Life 3 is the day that the world ends. The controller get disconnected again. No. It's just waiting for me to go to the tunnel. Go to a new spot over there. Demon Souls. Can go to the Delicate Castle. I'm not Spectator, I'm a wannabe. Yeah. Portal 3, Half-Life 3, Team Fortress 3. Never gonna happen. I mean, they've released a couple of like Half-Lives, like Half-Life 2 or Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2. Never released Part 3. Left that in a cliffhanger. And then they released like Half-Life Alyx. Whatever reason they can to not release a third part. So I'm really wondering what requirements we have. Like, it must be just a level up thing. New. Oh, for sure, yeah. There's so many portals at this point. But no, it had to be Valve. I mean, Valve is just sitting on all their... It's just sitting on a pile of cash with Steam. They don't need to release any other games. They're just the Steam company now. But yeah, so any sort of Valve franchise it's just never gonna happen. Never gonna come out. This tunnel leads to many different places across Majiko, but it's not complete. It leads everywhere except it only leads to this one spot right now. Exit leads to northern Majiko. Long underwear. It's snowy and cold. Space under construction. May not pass. Left 4 Blood is almost like Left 4 Dead 3. It's not from Valve, yeah. Left 4 like wearing shorts. Circus. It's a really weird place to have a circus. Have a circus in the middle of the winter wonderland. Yeah. Come to Mount Piranha for the circus? The child sure looks excited. I guess he likes the circus after all. My Turtle Rock made Left 4 Dead 1. Oh, there you go. So, I mean, obviously, Valve probably owns the IP for Left 4 Dead, so it's a spiritual sequel. Stars of the Circus for Ringmaster Brutal and the Amazing Strongman Russell. What's with all these freaky souvenirs? Welcome, cotton candy, pretzel, popcorn. How may I help you? All of the above. Unpuka. Spells Unpuka. Did you know that the Ringmaster is a contender? So we gotta fight the Ringmaster and get his contender. Man, circuses are so kiddie. Let's do something cool like Battle Robopon. Sounds like my gun. Boomer, trigger. Time's up. This looks like an upgraded version of this. I definitely need to kill this one first. So much money. It's accidentally released against the West. Every once in a while. Someone just presses the wrong button. Ooh, okay, cadmium battery. Alright, new battery, which means a lot of different possible combinations now. Alright, time is 11:30. Well, I guess we'll try combining this battery. Go from there. NiCad, normal gear. Do this a million times. I don't know, you gotta make games for your internal teams. You gotta be able to play with those internal teams. Just to see if, they enjoy that game. And if, maybe if they enjoy it, then they might release it outside. I got super cell phone talkbot. So we compare to this guy. I mean, it's hard to compare because of. Oh, it actually starts at level 5. That's different. I guess he has an arm, so I can actually give him a weapon. This guy's already level 10. Yeah, he climbed up to the appropriate level pretty quick, actually, from level 1. This is very exponential to level up. Stat-wise, he seems to be worse than Mouser in basically every way. I mean, there is a 5-level difference there, but doesn't look that impressive. Maybe get some cool abilities. There's a Tickbot. Maybe that's his upgraded form. Imagine that. Or maybe the Talkbot is the upgraded form of Tickbot. This game predicted the future, man. And it's literally a cell phone, so it's like this game predicted the future, or rather, TikTok developers were a big fan of this game. Gear. Which one was that one? Is that the Hyper? Okay, was it opportunity to cash in the Big Mommy Milkers market? Yes, yes they did. Yeah, but the question is are any of those games like good enough to, you know, be in the Western market? Maybe it's for the best, right? Very mild. Oh, hell's that thing? Some sort of leaky? Okay, he's got a lot of EP. Actually, he's not too bad, considering level 5. I mean, he's probably better than Mouser. Definitely way better than Magic. I mean, compared to Tada, for example. You know, he's actually got, like, good attack. Yeah, he might be a good upgrade from Tada. He's not a sorcerer or anything, but... I mean, at level 10, he's gonna have more health than Tada. I guess he doesn't quite have enough, as much EP, but... He'd probably be a decent replacement for Mouser. I think he's got really shitty speed. I should check see if these guys come with any abilities based, like built in. Yeah, Blizzard. Nice rank 3. Man, 22. What the fuck? It's an expensive ability right off the bat. Should check what TalkBot has. Yeah, sometimes, you know, they just figure... I mean, there's a lot of cost of bringing those games internationally. Obviously, localization, it's a non-zero cost, right? It can get quite expensive. And then obviously, if you're releasing any games physically, then you've got to have like deals in place with you know, with the retail stores and the... You know, you might have to get different licenses in these different countries, and you have to go through a whole bunch of hoops to get the games. Go through the government, or not the government, but like the rating agencies, right? From like PEGI to ESRB and all those other things. There's a lot of hoops you have to go through to release your game outside of Japan. So for a lot of games, they just figure it's not worth it. They figure, you know, the amount of money we're going to make from this game, if we release it outside Japan, is going to be barely enough for us to warrant paying for the cost of getting all this stuff done. Yeah, something like that is garbage. So I want to see if TalkBot came with any abilities. I mean, stat-wise, he wasn't that good. Yeah, but I mean, Sega did get a lot of hits with stuff like, you know, the Yakuza series and that. So there was definitely a lot of the games that definitely had enough popularity to warrant bringing those over, right? So as long as, you know, those games sell, it'll be worth it for them to bring it out. But games like Yakuza are like, you know, those are games you have to really know are going to sell, because there's a lot of work to localize something like that versus some sort of arcade game, right? It's a platformer. Something like Resident Evil would be easier to localize than something that's text heavy like that, or like an RPG. RPGs are probably the worst thing because the amount of dialogue you have to localize. Well, that's it. The cost and time, like it's definitely not cheap. And people think, oh yeah, there's like fan subbing groups that do localizations for these games. Yeah, but those are like some really dedicated fans that spend like years doing these localizations. How many hundreds and thousands of hours are spent, like man-hours are spent localizing something. It's not as simple as like putting it through into like a translator. A robot translator and just popping back in game. You can't do that. And that's just like the dialogue. That's not even counting like everything else. Alright, it doesn't have any software, so... Equip. I wonder if the other guy can equip. Maybe he can't. But overall, this guy's stat-wise doesn't seem to be anywhere near as good. So I'm gonna get one of them. It's gonna be the leaky guy. Might hold on to it for now, though. So I might get some more batteries in this area. But either way, I think we'll have to. It's a good time there to stop the timer there. And yeah. I think we'll call it there for tonight. It's made some progress. Got a couple Robopons, made it to the second area out of, well, how many areas is there? Look at the main map here. I mean, obviously there's gonna be different time. I don't know if we're gonna have more than just the past, if we're actually gonna go to the future or whatever, so we're obviously gonna be revisiting these places in different time zones, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like, assuming there's no new island or something like that, or like 3 or 4 different time zones. I don't know, this doesn't seem like it's gonna be that big of a game. I think it's probably gonna be like a 40-hour max game. Well, I guess we'll see. But yeah, call it there for tonight. So next stream, probably gonna be on Friday night. Yeah, so probably Friday night will be the next stream. Friday evening, I should say, like probably after 6 after work, and we'll kick off where we started. So how's it going, Seb? How's it going, Seb? Bye, Seb. Hi, Puffy. Bye, Puffy. So let's see who's online we can host up there before you head out. Who's online here? I got Mr. JRPG on playing some Tales of Arise. PS5. So we'll host up Mr. JRPG and go from there. So, meantime, thanks everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed some Robopon goodness. Let's turn off the emulator for now. Let's close it properly just in case. Shut down. Don't want to damage the the save file. And I'll see everybody else on Friday. So, great night, guys. I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.